Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the last day of Maker Academy Weekend 2022. It's wonderful to see you all here bright and early. I've been watching the chat. Please say hello if you haven't yet. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me know how you're doing today. And like the past 2 days, I'm starting a little early so I can give you some morning motivation, answer some questions about our event, and announce some giveaway winners. We have a lot of awesome workshops coming up today. So many cool projects. Let's go over the schedule for the day. At 10 a.m., we're going to do our winter shadow boxes. That'll be our first workshop. At 11 a.m., we'll have our easy Cricut mandalas. At noon, we're going to talk about how to make our own shadow box frames. And then at 1 o'clock, we'll have our lunch and learn with Angie Holden. And we're going to talk about how to choose which crafts to make and or sell, plus more giveaway prizes. At 2 p.m., we have our infusible ink pen project ideas. At 3 p.m., we're making sublimation ornaments, also with infusible ink. At 4 p.m., we're putting sublimation on canvas and making gallery wraps. And at 5 p.m., we are making our own handwritten recipe tea towels. Now remember, replays of the workshops will be available for 24 hours for free ticket holders and available for a lifetime for VIP pass holders. You can upgrade to a VIP pass at any time over at makeracademy.com/VIP at the link that you see right here. Now, before we dive into our I'm going to do my morning motivation first, and then, no, I'm going to answer some questions about Maker Academy Weekend first, then morning motivation, and then giveaway prizes. That's the plan. All right. So I see some questions that my team has passed to me. And one is, where can we get a link to purchase Maker Academy Weekend 2021? So last year's event. So you totally can. And this morning, normally, let me back up a little bit. So when you have the option, when you went to buy the VIP pass for this year, we offered the VIP pass for last year at a super awesome discount. Some of you didn't sign up for it, so you're asking if you can. That's the simplest way to explain it. So I took that discount and I made a little page for it so that anyone can go sign up for it at that discount. I don't know how long it'll stay there, a few days probably, but this is a great time to get it if you'd like to get all of last year's workshops at an excellent price. The link is at, yes, it worked, makeracademy.com/weekend 2021. So it gives you the pass at 60% off. But they're full of amazing and awesome workshops. We made so many fun things last year. I know I've seen several of you talking about them. I've even seen some photos of people who had the VIP pass because you've made projects from last year, this year. That's kind of how it works. Our projects never go away or out of style. In fact, I haven't been doing this long enough for any of our projects to be not cool anymore. Eventually, though, I figure I will get there. Eventually, 10 years down the road, I will look at that and go, did we used to make that? But right now, we're all good. So last year's projects are awesome, and you can get the pass if you'd like right up there. Okay. And another question, will all of the sessions to be recorded include the special guests? Yes, all of the replays throughout the entire weekend include our lunch and learns with our special guests. And also, if a VIP pass holder is asking about this, then all of our lunch and learns all of our replays for the entire weekend, including our kickoff party and our morning motivation and evening encouragement. Everything is recorded and put into the VIP pass portal. Everything. In fact, last night, someone had asked me if we could get the chat saved, and I found a way. And so I'm going to work on that after I've had a little break. I'm going to try to upload the chat for anyone who might have saw something that they wanted to go back. So I'll put it into the VIP pass portal for anyone who wants to see what we said during the day. Be warned, it's super long. And there's lots of bingos in there. I'm not taking those bingos out. I love the bingos. Here's another question. Would you consider making Maker Academy Weekend a long weekend, including Monday? I think of a long weekend as Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm not sure I could make it till Monday. I'm not sure. I think what I'd rather do is have another weekend at another time of the year, like maybe in the spring or, like that time when we're like making spring crafts rather than make this one longer, because usually by Sunday I'm like, I am tired. So I think that, like, would you all like to have an event like this, even if it's not quite as long, in the spring, maybe? I don't know. It's something I've been thinking about. I've also been thinking about doing workshops on a regular basis, like maybe one a month, where we deep dive into something and we talk about it. And it's like this, but a little longer. We go a little deeper and that kind of thing. Let me know in the chat if either of those ideas interest you, because I always care what you think. In fact, Suzanne says, how many academy and weekend courses do you offer per year? Maker Academy Weekend has so far been once per year, but we have other courses and other workshops. So we usually open our big courses, which is Design to Shine and Cut Above, twice a year. Otherwise, they're closed, right? And then I'm hoping, like I said, to do workshops on a monthly basis, right? So we can just sit together and we can make something, and then I can answer the questions, all that kind of thing. Workshops sound good too? Awesome. Okay, I see lots of people saying that they are interested in a spring event and deep dive workshops. Excellent, good. Well, we will work on that. Karen says, how do you log into the VIP link? I signed up, but I can only see the free stuff, not the replays. Okay, so when you sign up for the VIP pass, whether it's the 2021 or 2022, you will get an email right away. So go to your inbox and search for an email from me. If you don't see it, it might have gone to your spam folder or junk. This happens. Search your inbox. This is how I find all my email. I never rely on that list, the chronological list. That is just, doesn't work. So definitely go check that. Go search for it, okay? And that will tell you exactly how to get in. All the details are there. If that still doesn't work, like for example, you can just if you go to our weekend links file, move that one away, which is in fact over, I'm going to show you right now. This is where the weekend links page goes to. And I have an extra window up. Let's get rid of this. You don't need to see on my Dropbox. There we go. That looks good. So if you come here and go to, what was I talking about? What was the question? Oh my goodness, I forgot the question. The portal. The portal. So if you come up here to the corner here and you go to the VIP Pass portal, this takes you to this page. So it's also at makeracademy.com/VIP portal. And if you click here, it takes you into the course, which looks like this. You can see all of the sessions are listed here, all of the live replays. You can see all of the replays that we have up already. My video team is working so hard to actually take these replay videos and put them online within 24 hours. They are amazing. Can we get a round of applause for my video team, who is like just following along after me, taking these replays, editing them and putting them online in the VIP portal. It's amazing. Anyways, that's how you do it. So if you get stuck and none of these things work, you can reach out to us at vip@jennifermaker.com. Okay, I should move on to our morning motivation so we have time for giveaways, because I see we're getting time is slipping away from me. Okay, so let me move this one too. Are you feeling a little overwhelmed after seeing all this amazing stuff that you can make this weekend? Yes? So this happens a lot when you start something new, which I know many of you have during this weekend, Maker Academy Weekend 2022. I know there's new people here, and it's such a huge learning curve to do these new things, and it's easy to get stuck over and over again on technical problems, messaging, communication, like all those things that we have issues with, right? And like in the beginning, it's just challenge after challenge. Your Cricut design space isn't opening. It's not updating. You don't understand how things work. There's so many things. It's no wonder that we have issues in the beginning when we're first doing this. You can get overwhelmed and frustrated. Everything slows to a crawl. You kind of get demoralized. You get in a bad mood, and then that's kind of it, right? You're like, I want to give up. So when I feel this way, because I absolutely do, I'm human, and I'm always learning new things too. I find that it works best to just calm down. Just calm down, take deep breaths. And I realize this might sound a little cliche, but literally I calm my body down and my mind down, and I stop freaking out. That's usually what I do. I freak out. And instead of thinking about all of these challenges I have, which is often quite a bit, and often I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't do these things because I don't have this thing figured out. Instead of thinking about all this huge mess I have, instead I think about one and just one thing. I calm and I focus down to the one challenge. And if necessary, I break it down even further into smaller things. Like I mentioned another morning when we were talking, right? I break a problem down into pieces because often if I look at it in pieces, I can see that there are little things I can solve. And those little solutions can lead to more and more and more and more and create that momentum I was talking about. And it's not always easy to calm down. Sometimes you need to walk away, take a break, take a nap. Naps are amazing for things like this. But it's really important to do. I saw someone yesterday who was frustrated and we're like, just walk. Sometimes you got to just walk away because you do. Because if you allow yourself to be worked up and get all freaked out about things, you're going to just want to throw your computer out the window or throw your Cricut out. And you're going to be like, this is horrible. I can't do this. I could never do this. And those things turn into self-fulfilling prophecies. And they really, truly can get you stuck for a very long time. You need to pay attention to what's going on in your head and calm down your body and your thought processes so you can focus and think clearly about your challenge. And then just work the problem, one step at a time. If you get stuck, break it down into smaller steps and work the smaller problems. Just one after the other after the other. One at a time, going back to what I said in an earlier video. You just take those little baby steps along that challenge, breaking it up into smaller and smaller things. And what will happen is that there will be a snowball effect, and you'll go a little faster and a little faster. And this is because your mood changes and you're focused on what you have to do, and you will then know that you can conquer this challenge. And then when you have that challenge conquered, you move on to the next one and the next one, right? This is how we gain momentum. But you don't think about all of these things that you have. You focus on the one in front of you. You finish it and you move on. This is how I fix my problems because I have many of them. This is how I overcome my own challenges day after day, because despite what some people might think, not everything I do works out. In fact, I have lots of issues and mistakes all the time. In fact, you'll be getting an email today about one of my mistakes. I have way more failures than I have successes. And that is awesome because those failures are teaching me and leading me to the right answers that I need to overcome the challenges. And when I don't get all stressed out, or when I calm down after being stressed out, let's be honest, I'm able to fix my problems. When I calm down and focused, I would say, in fact, I am always able to fix my problems, and it always works out. So this is what I recommend. Just take that deep breath and focus on one thing. If it's too big, break it down into smaller things and really just work that one small problem. Find a solution and then move on to the next step. And that's my morning motivation for the day. All right, so let me do our giveaways because we need to get ready for our first workshop. But actually, I wanted to show you my shoes this morning. I saw a bunch of questions about my shoes yesterday. Today's shoes are super cute, so I'm going to show you today's shoes, okay? You ready for my shoes? It's not that big of a deal, but they are really cute. I moved this camera that's over on the side here, so it kind of points down at the dream box so I can sort of just walk into it. So it's not, I guess, it's not really a shoe cam. It's just a camera pointed where I can walk and you can see my shoes. All right. So that's the bottom of my dream box. Super exciting, huh? But you have to see these shoes. They are, you might have seen them from last year, but these are my reindeer shoes. Look at them. They are little reindeers. They have little tails on the backs. They have antlers and there's bells on the antlers. Aren't they cute? They're so cute. I love them. See the side, actually even a little fuzzy. These shoes are adorable. And I had to, normally you can't see my shoes and I wanted you to see my cute shoes. I have lots of cute shoes. All right, now let's do giveaways. Okay, so this morning we have a $50 Amazon gift card. Let's switch over to the overhead camera. Oh, look, gotta do our video. All right, so a $50 Amazon gift card. And the winner of this prize is Jana Benefield. Congratulations, Jana. We will send you an email. Please reply within 48 hours. Awesome. Okay. Amazon gift card, which, by the way, matches my dress today. I went all in on the holiday today. I am 100% holiday. I've got my peppermint mocha and everything. Okay, our next prize is a 2022 VIP All Access Pass to Maker Academy Weekends. And the winner of that prize is Norma O. Fay. Congratulations, Norma. We will send you an email. Remember to reply within 48 hours. Okay, and then we have a bundle, a Cricut Explorer 3 bundle with the cutting machine, a basic tools kit, a blue self-healing mat, like mine, see, that you see on my desk all the time, a pack of cardstock, and holographic sticker paper to make the cutest stickers ever. All right, the winner of that prize is the fun one. I love giving away Cricuts. Amber Jones. Congratulations, Amber. You are the winner of our Cricut Explorer 3 bundle. All right, one more, and this one I need to pull in because it's off to the side because there wasn't room for everything. A Cricut Maker 3. And a $100 Amazon gift card. You don't get the cute little snowman tin. At least I don't think you do. That would be cool, huh? Well, this is just to show that there's a gift card, I think. I could be wrong about that. My amazing team handles the giveaways. I just get to give them out. I'm like Mrs. Claus. I get to hand out the presents. All right. The winner of our Cricut Maker 3 cutting machine plus $100 Amazon gift card, which is a $529 value, is Diana Reyes. Congratulations, Diana. I'm super excited to see what you make with the Cricut Maker 3. That is really cool. Be sure to check your email and reply to us within 48 hours. Alrighty. Are you ready for our first workshop? Our first workshop is our winter shadow boxes. I think you're going to love them. All right, so I'm going to put on our little intermission so we can get everything ready for you, and I will see you at the top of the hour right here in the same stream. See you in a few minutes. Hello everyone, Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to make winter shadow boxes. Shadow boxes are some of my favorite Cricut projects. There are just so many different things that you can do with a layered paper project like this. So for this project, I designed two different cozy 3D layered boxes, both with a winter theme. They were a lot of fun to make and they're perfect for displaying during the holiday season. I'm going to show you how to make these boxes, plus how to add your own photo to a shadow box for an even more personal touch. Let me give you a closer view at these because they are super cool. So I'm going to switch over to this camera. All right, so this is our deer shadow box, and it is lit up. Again, you know, it's so bright in here you can't tell, but there's lights in here. If you want to see what it looks lit up, you can go on over to, I'll just put this link up right now, jennifermaker.com/415, and it'll show you pictures of what it looks like all lit up in a not bright room. Anyways, so it's a deer, there's a little bunny here, there's a moon is up here. So we're going to take this one and I'm going to show you how to modify it so that you can put your own photo in like this. With my cute baby dog, Hunter. This is Hunter, our golden retriever rescue dog when he was just a cute little puppy. He's still cute, just not that little anymore. But the important part here is that I'm going to teach you how you can modify someone else's design, whether it's mine or someone else's, to put your own focal point in, whether it's just an outline. If you don't have a printer and don't want to print, you don't have to, or you can print. Isn't this cute? Isn't he adorable? Look at that cute face. And then the other shadow box that we're going to show you how to make is this super cute snow shadow box. Look at this. Look at those details. We've got cardinals, we have a sled with mittens, a snowman, and all of our snowflakes. Isn't this pretty? You're going to love making these. Now you can get the full and complete supply list for this project at jennifermaker.com/415, but I'm going to show you everything that you need by pulling everything out from my dream box behind me, so you can see all the various things that we're going to use. This is a paper project, so that won't surprise you that we're using paper. Let's put this one over here. All right. We are on this side of the dream box now. We're on to our third day. And we're right here. Okay. So we're going to start with paper. And always when we do shadow boxes or any paper crafting project, we need to pay attention to the quality of our paper, right? It truly makes a difference. That old paper you have from 10 years ago maybe would work, but whenever you have problems, you have to assume that it could also be your paper. So we're going to start with nice, awesome paper. This is 12 by 12 inch cardstock, and the exact cardstock that I use for this project, again, is at jennifermaker.com/415. And also, we're going to get all of our things here. We're going to want our glue, right? And if you want to do this version here, you're also going to want some different colors. And you get to pick the colors, or you can use the exact same colors that I did. I've got blue and red cardstock and some black and some glitter. Okay. So there we go. Now, if you want to print out a picture, a photo or something, you're going to want some photo. I recommend a photo paper. Here is a little Hunter. I'll print it out and ready to go. We're going to go over how to do this. You do need a printer if you want to do it like this. And I am using, let's see if I can give you a shot of it. Actually, I just switched to this one. I'm using my HP Envy 7155. It's an inkjet printer. Typically, Cricut recommends inkjet. For this project, you could also use a color laser printer, just so you know. If you don't like HPs, I happen to like HPs. Epson Incotinks are also excellent for inkjet printers. A Cricut. This project is made on the Cricut Maker and the Cricut Explorer. It's too big for the Cricut Joy, and I think that if you were to make it smaller, like shadow boxes typically are not a Cricut Joy project because usually they're this size. And you could, of course, make them smaller, but you're going to get tiny details. So it depends. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So just so that you know that. For adhesives, I mentioned the glue. We're also going to use 3D dots. And these are clear adhesive dots. They're like three-dimensional glue dots. So we'll want those as well. And then to light it up, I recommend, what I think is best is an LED light strip. I think that does the best job. You can use fairy lights, and we will show you examples of both, but I think LED light strips actually give a more consistent glow. It really depends on your personal preferences. Of course, everybody likes something different, but that's my favorite. Other things you'll want to have on hand are a brayer to make sure that your cardstock is really well adhered to your mat, a weeding tool to poke out all the little bits of paper that don't quite come out. I also recommend, since we're working with glass in our shadow boxes, that you have something like a coffee filter and some alcohol to wipe down your glass before you put your project in, because it's no fun to find a thumbprint after you've closed it all up, right? You know how that is. Now, something else that we're doing to create the layers in our shadow box is we are going to use strips of foam core like this. We'll show you how to cut them and stack them up so that you get that really lovely dimensional look. So I sometimes I've taught this, but mostly we don't. So this is new. If you have seen some of my other, I think I've only taught foam strips in maybe one of my shadow box tutorials. Other than that, I recommend having a craft knife to cut those foam strips, and then a self-healing mat just like I have right here. And it can be any self-healing mat. I just have this blue Cricut one. It's my favorite. And I think that's everything. Oh, a scraper tool is great for cleaning all the little bits off of your mat so that it stays nice and clean. Okay. And then you just need the free designs. So I'm going to show you where to find all of our free designs for our snow shadow box and our forest scene, whether you have deer or put your own image in our workshop video that I'll start right now. Step 1, get my free winter shadow box designs. Go to jennifermaker.com/415 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. Then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs by searching for design number 415 and then click it to download the zip file with SVG files for cutting on a Cricut or another cutting machine, DXF files, and printable PDFs for cutting by hand. You can, of course, cut these layer designs by hand using that PDF, but it is much easier to use a Cricut cutting machine and my SVG files. I've included 2 complete designs and a template to customize. I'll show you how to make the complete deer design using a Cricut, but you can also use the same steps to create the snow design. Then I'll show you how to customize the template and even add lights. First, upload the SVG cut file of your choice to your design software. If you're not sure how to do this, go to jennifermaker.com/SVGS to learn how to unzip and upload files. Step 2, prepare the design. Here's what my design looks like on my canvas in Cricut Design Space. You can zoom out to see all of the design by clicking on the minus sign on the lower left. To make sure the design will fit in your shadow box, measure the area inside your frame that will hold your cardstock. Mine is just over 10.5 inches square. Measure the height between the glass and the backing support too, since we'll need to know that measurement later on. This shadow box has about 1 inch of depth. In Cricut Design Space, the design should already be sized correctly for this shadow box, which is listed in my materials list. If you're using a different frame, resize the design by making sure all layers are selected and the lock at the top is closed, and then type in the new size from your measurements. Step 3, cut the design. Once you're all ready, make sure the correct machine is selected and click Make It. Then choose On Mat 12 by 12 and click Continue. Make sure your material load type says on mat and the material size is 12 by 12, then click Continue. Set your material to cardstock for intricate cuts. If you don't see this listed, you can search for it by clicking Browse All Materials. Leave the pressure at default. Click Remember Material Settings to save time. Make sure your clean fine point blade is in the right clamp in your Cricut cutting machine, and then place your first piece of cardstock on a blue light grip or green standard grip machine mat, depending on how sticky your mats are. A new green standard grip mat might be too aggressive for these delicate layers. Use a brayer to secure it really well and then load your mat and press the flashing button to begin. If you're running into any issues cutting your cardstock, be sure to check my Cricut tips and tricks for cleaner cuts over at jennifermaker.com/Cricut blades. After the mat is complete, unload it, flip it over, and bend back a corner to release the cardstock. Gently remove the design's delicate areas with a weeding tool or spatula. The scraper can then help take off the tiny pieces that are left behind. Step 4, assemble the shadow box. So get your shadow box, some foam board, a craft knife, ruler, and a self-healing mat so we can create extra depth for some of the layers. This shadow box is 1 inch deep and the foam board is about 1/4 of an inch thick. We'll use the foam board as spacers between some of the layers to give the project depth, and it also looks really pretty this way when you add the lights. The extra space spreads out the glow of the light. Use your craft knife, ruler, and a self-healing mat to cut your foam board in 1/4 inch strips that will fit snugly inside the frame along the left and right side. Then cut smaller pieces to add to the top and bottom edges. I cut a total of 12 foam board strips that I will add on the top of the first layer, the second layer, and the third layer of cardstock to add some depth. The size of your strips will vary depending on the size of your frame. As long as they fit together and hold everything in place, they should be good to go. Put down butcher paper to protect the frame and place it face down onto the butcher paper. If the hanging hardware is not adjustable, be sure you have the frame oriented correctly. You'll want to have that hardware at the top as you work. You can really put the foam between any of the layers, but if you want the scene to look realistic, place them between the frontmost layers to mimic natural perspective. Now lay your front layer in the shadow box face down. Place your foam supports along the inside edges with the paper surfaces facing the cardstock. You don't need to add any glue. Add the next layer, followed by more foam strips. Then add the third layer and the last set of foam. The rest of the layers don't need as much depth, so we just add them on top in order for now. Now add the backing and flip it over to see how everything looks and to make sure everything fits. I'm happy with how mine turned out. Feel free to experiment with the location of the foam strips to get your desired look. Just make sure you don't add too many or you won't be able to close the frame. Now take out your layers and supports. Remove any protective coverings from the frame and dust off any debris and place it face down again. Add the first cardstock layer face down onto the glass inside the frame and add the foam strips to its edges. If they don't fit snugly, you can add a very thin line of glue to hold them in place. Add the second layer of cardstock and another layer of foam strips. Again, add glue if needed. Mine were pretty secure, so I didn't really need any glue. Before adding layer 3 to the frame, flip the layer face down on your work surface and add double-sided adhesive foam dots to the land bridge that crosses the middle of the layer. That will keep the layer from collapsing onto the layer below it. Remember to remove the backing so the next layer can stick. Now add the next layer of cardstock and add the foam strips to its edges. Add layer 4 onto layer 3 and gently press the land bridge pieces together to make sure they are secure. But do not add any foam strips to the sides afterward, unless your frame is deeper than mine and you need them to fill the space. Put some glue around the back edges of that layer, then add layer 5. Add layers 6 and 7 the same way. Place your backer face up on your self-healing mat. Now grab the LED light strip and make sure the lights are flat and turn them on to make sure they work, of course. Place the battery pack next to the lower right-hand corner of the frame. That's where we'll start adding the lights. Peel off some of the adhesive covering starting near the battery pack. Place the beginning of the lights on the inside edge of the backer right above the cut you just made. If, like mine, the adhesive on your lights isn't quite strong enough, you can use glue dots to hold the lights in place. Apply the lights from the outside to the inside, using glue dots along the way to hold them in place if needed. Place the backer into the frame, secure it, turn on the lights, and marvel at your amazing shadow box. Now, my lights came with a nifty little remote that allowed me to change the light colors, brightness, flashing speed, and scene mode. Pretty cool, huh? All right, let's talk about how to make a custom shadow box with a Cricut Design Space image. You can use the extra file for the deer design to customize your own LED light shadow box. There are some things to look for when selecting an image for a shadow box, so let's go over the details. Add the customizable and the deer designs to your canvas. Drag them apart so you can see both. Click the customizable deer design and hide the 3 deer. You can add them back and move them around afterward if you like. Now let's talk about images. To work in a shadow box, an image must have solid areas that are all connected and all one color. If the pieces are separate from each other, they're difficult to place correctly in the layers. Images that are already optimized for cut only work better than images meant for cut and draw or print and cut. Images not already optimized for cut only usually require lots of editing to make them useful for shadow box silhouettes. Just so you're warned. We can use the image search filters to help find us some good image options. To do this, click the images icon to the left, and then click Browse All Images, where we can filter our options. To the left, under Filters, check the boxes next to Free, and then under Operations, check Cut Only. Under Layers, check Single. And now your options will be much easier to work into a design. And they won't all work, though. Look for images that are mostly solid with some areas of cutouts for interest. Silhouettes that are all one piece work great and are easy to drop into your shadow box layers. And since we want to add a shape to our layer instead of cut it out of a solid section, there must be a solid outline around the edge to keep the details together. Then scroll down to view the images. I have an image in mind, so I'll search for sleigh. Keep in mind, new images are added as well as deleted from Cricut Design Space all the time. So this exact image may not be available, so feel free to use something similar if you like it. Of the 3 results, I recommend using number M3B6AE13D. That's the identifier for the image. The red sleigh would probably work okay, but the totally solid shape is not as interesting as the previous image. The more detailed sleigh is technically okay, but the gaps in the runners would make it difficult to incorporate in our design and create a sturdy layer. So click your preferred image and then add to canvas. Now, since we're replacing the deer, you can look at the existing design to see that the sleigh will fit well right about in the middle of the bridge. Drag the image into place on the custom layer, making sure the bottom runner slightly overlaps the snowy land bridge. If you want to incorporate any of the deer, ungroup that design. Unhide the deer and drag them into place. I'm going to add the baby deer. Once everything is in place, drag a bounding box around the new design and click Weld below the Layers panel. The result will be all white. Now select the complete deer design and click Ungroup so you can work with the layers. Click and hide the deer layer by clicking the eye icon next to it in the panel. Then you can arrange and center to preview your new design. Cut the layers using the same settings that I showed you before, then assemble them, including your new custom design. Isn't this so cool? Okay, let's make a custom shadow box with a print then cut image. You can also add a printed image and its silhouette to a custom design. You can use the original design, follow the earlier approach to replace the original's deer layer with a custom layer, have the animals hidden, really whatever you like. I'll show you how to glue a print then cut image in a good spot. To choose an appropriate photo, look for a good contrast between the subject and the background. This makes it easier to use the background remover tool in Cricut Design Space. For this design, I chose a favorite photo of my dog Hunter when he was a puppy. Isn't he cute? For detailed instructions on preparing, printing, and cutting your print then cut image, see my photo snow globe ornament tutorial at jennifermaker.com/photo snow globe ornament. I do have a few tips to help adjust the process for this project. Once your image is the shape you want and on your canvas, make sure the original deer design file and the custom file are there too. This time I'm using a different shadow box. The actual frame still measures 12 inches square, but the inside is a bit bigger. No worries, we can resize the design to fit. The inside measures around 11.5 inches in both directions, and it's around 1 inch deep, so a bit more shallow than the first shadow box. To resize the design, first click to select it. Next, make sure the lock icon is closed and enter the new dimensions under size in the top menu. Repeat this for the second design as well. Okay, now to add our photo. For this design, it's easiest to add a photo in place of the deer. Drag your image onto the land bridge in the original layers. Keep the lock icon closed and drag a corner of the bounding box until the photo looks the right size. The deer can help you decide. With the image in place, we will add an offset that will serve as a silhouette. That's the part we will add to the design so we can include our image. To do this, select the photo and click Offset. You can choose the width of the offset you like, but I used 0.025 with rounded corners, then click Apply. The offset layer is black by default. I'll change it to white using the color box to get a hint of the finished look. I like it. Now to add the shape to the custom layer. First, drag the image off to the side. The silhouette is hard to see, so I'll change it to gray for now. That's better. In the Layers panel, select the customizable file and click Ungroup. Then delete the 3 deer shapes. Drag the custom layer on top of the original design. Select the original design and again click Ungroup. Delete the layer with the deer. Hold the Shift key to select the silhouette and the custom layer in the Layers panel. Click Weld at the bottom to combine the cut shapes. Everything changes to white. And now we've created a custom layer that includes Hunter's silhouette in place of the deer. You can position the image on top of the new layer to see how everything looks. You may need to rearrange the layers. If so, just click Arrange in the top menu to bring the image to the front. Now, follow the rest of the print then cut steps and the original deer shadow box steps to create your layers. I suggest printing on white cardstock.
Once all the pieces are ready, place your land bridge and silhouette layer face up. Use glue or a few double-sided adhesive squares to attach the printed image to the silhouette. Assemble the layers as normal, but remember to put your image layer in the right spot. For the second light layout option, see my video on setting up shadowbox paper art over at jennifermaker.com/shadowboxpaperarttemplate customize. And then enjoy your beautiful work of art.
Shadow boxes are really so cool, and they're really quite easy. And I want to just follow up real quick with something over in Cricut Design Space, because since we recorded that video, there has been a change, and I want to be sure everyone can follow that change. So let me head on over to Cricut Design Space. You see that? Yes. Okay. So I mentioned welding, and I want to call your, oops, I need to make my cursor bigger. Sorry. One moment, please. I like to use nice big cursors so everyone can see what I'm pointing at. There we go. Okay. I want to call your attention to the fact that the weld button is not here like shown in the video. It is still present. So let me show you where to find it. So here is our sleigh and our baby deer. So I'm going to select all those layers just like we did in the video. And then in the place of where weld was in the video, you'll see a new menu that says combine. So this is a recent change. So you'll want to click on combine, and right there at the top, you'll see weld. So we can go ahead and weld from there, just like that. And it changes to all white just like before. But there were more options there, as you might have seen. So I'm going to click the back button. So we go back and we have all 3 layers. There we go. Now I'm going to select them again, go back over to the combine menu, and I want you to see that there's unite, subtract, intersect, and exclude. I have a whole video that explains these. It is over at jennifermaker.com/update. I believe that's the correct URL. But I want you to know that you can also use unite. And if you use unite, it does what looks like basically the same thing, but the cool thing about it is that actually you can still reposition, and you could always undo it. So for example, let's say I really wanted this baby deer to be a little smaller. He looks a little large compared to the sleigh. So I can click on the deer and just the deer layer, even though it's united and it will cut out as one layer. I can still select just that deer, and I can then resize him by clicking and dragging on a corner and making him look more like a baby deer. And when I finish, it goes back to being all united. And it's like weld, it's just not permanent, right? And then when I go to cut it out, you will see that, let's go find it. This one, there we go. You can see it's all one layer, which is what we want. So you can still use weld, but if you use unite, you can reposition, resize, and if I decide, oh, I just want to put Hunter there instead, or I don't know, Alexa, I'm sure she would be overjoyed by that. Not, that was me being sarcastic. But I could just come in here and I can delete the sleigh, and I can delete the deer. So it's not permanent. So unite and all of the new features under combine other than weld are not permanent. And in fact, if I didn't want to do it that way, I can actually just go and click on the combine menu and do undo unite, and it just undoes it that way too. So definitely pay attention to that menu because it's really cool and they help us design other projects. All right, so let me head on over to our questions, because now we have lots of questions about this project. All right, let's see here. I saw a question about the weight of the paper. We are using 65-pound paper, not 80-pound, not 100 or 110. And that's intentional because the light will shine better through 65-pound paper, so that you know. If you're not lighting it up, it doesn't matter, right? But if you want to light it up and you want to see the light through it, you'll want to use 65-pound paper. Brenda says, I'm having trouble getting the size of the design to fit in the shadow box. So you need to measure carefully the inside of your shadow box. You know, get yourself a tape measure or ruler, measure the inside of it, because just because it says 12 by 12 does not mean it's 12 by 12 on the inside. And then you resize your layers to fit. And I recommend going just, like 1/10 of an inch smaller, because exactly might just be a little tight, but a little smaller can help. So that's the key. Measure the inside of your shadow box and then drop it down by like 1/10 of an inch. That's my general advice. Granny says, can we put photos in the back of the snow shadow box? I don't see why not. Wouldn't that be awesome? Go for it. Do it. Take a picture of it and send it to us or post it in our group. I would love to see that. It's a great idea. Bonnie says, could you use a regular photograph instead? Yes, you absolutely could. You'll just need to, cut around the shape to put it in here like this. Be aware that some, like a traditional photo paper, it's usually pretty thick, so no light will really shine through it, but it doesn't really matter because it's a photo, so we don't really need the light to shine through in that case. Rhonda says, I've had problems with my color laser printer and the print then cut feature. I've calibrated a few times. Do I just keep calibrating or what? So Cricut recommends that we use a inkjet printer, not a color laser jet. So just so that you know that the main reason for that, as far as I can tell, is mostly because printable vinyl does not play nice with laser printers. So if you're not using printable vinyl, you should be fine. But if you're having an issue calibrating, like you should keep calibrating until you get it right. That is the key. That is the only thing that I could suggest, other than making sure you're following all the other print then cut tips that we have. So making sure that your room is well illuminated, but that you don't have a bright light shining on it. Like you want your Cricut to be able to see your registration lines well enough, right? That's the big key here. So you might have to keep playing with it. Sometimes, print and then cut, I'll be honest, it can be a little finicky at times. Once you've got it, it works fine, and I don't have any issues with it, and I've used it on pretty much all of my Cricuts. But based on the number of comments I hear from the community, I know that you struggle with this. I actually have a video just on print and cut. It talks all about calibrating and tips to help you. You'll find that over on my YouTube channel if you'd like to watch. Let's see. Tanya asks, if you use glitter cardstock, is it better to use the intricate material setting or the glitter cardstock material setting? I personally have the best success cutting glitter cardstock on the glitter cardstock setting. When you put the glitter cardstock down, make sure you put it with the smooth side against your mat, so it's more likely to stay on your mat and not slide around. You may also want to use, I also suggest that you use the green mat, not the blue mat, when you cut glitter cardstock. Monica says, does anyone else's Cricut cut 2 times when using the intricate cut setting? Yes, totally. That's normal. It's supposed to. The intricate cut setting is intended to cut twice. So everyone else's does too, unless they've gone in and changed it in the custom material setting. So but the whole purpose of the double cut is to get those intricate cuts that sometimes don't get cut the first time. Kristen asks, where do you get your light strip from? All of my supplies are from Amazon. If you go to jennifermaker.com/415, you'll see the full list of everything that we are using for our shadow boxes, including the light strips. That said, I've also gotten them from home improvement stores because they'll use those LED light strips like under cabinets and stuff. But be aware that they don't often have the same cute little easy to use remote control, and sometimes they're just kind of bigger and clunkier because they're intended for a different purpose. The ones that we're using for the light boxes work really well. Ozella says, can we make our own shadow box frame? If you want to make this size, you certainly can if you have some basic woodworking skills. Absolutely. I haven't done a tutorial on it. I don't know if I would one day, maybe I would. If you want to make a smaller one, however, we have a tutorial coming up on that in just 2 hours, our DIY shadow boxes. So they're not the 12 by 12 inch size because after all, we're using our Cricuts and that would be a little large for them. They're smaller, but they're amazingly and surprisingly sturdy. So I am going to teach you how to do that in our DIY shadow boxes workshop. Okay, Victoria says, I love this project. Thank you, Victoria. what did you do with the battery pack? Did it fit on the back of the shadow box frame? Let me show you. It doesn't because, well, I guess it depends, right, on how you're going to display it. So here is our deer one, right? So it's actually just comes out the back right here. You see that right there? You can even cut a notch. That's what I usually do, is cut a notch right there for so that everything closes up all nice in the back. And it's loose right now because if you wanted to hang it on the wall, you wouldn't want to have this sticking in the back. If this is just going to sit on a table, then you could absolutely use some zots and stick it on the back. It's your choice. I have it loose because then I have some options about what I can do with it. So it's up to you and how you're going to display it. Let me show you the notch in the corner. So this one right here, there's a notch cut out of the corner right here. Can you see that? For the cable to come out. I find that allows us to keep the back more secure. Alrighty. Bart or Trish says, can you use the leftover lights or are they trash? Once you cut the lights off the end, there's really no way to use them unless you know some basic wiring skills. You can go get another battery pack and hook them up. It is not worth the trouble at all. So their intent that they come with extra lights. It doesn't cost the manufacturers that much to make them extra long so that you have enough, but they intend you to cut them off where you need them. So if you want to try using those extra lights, be my guest. I don't personally think it's worth the effort. I did try once. Megan asks, what can you use in place of the foam board to make it look 3D? All right, so other than the foam board, which I think is the cleanest and neatest option, there are other things that people have used. I've heard of people using weather stripping. So those they're usually like a dark color, not white. Sometimes I guess they can come in sort of a putty color. So weather stripping is one option. I've also heard of people using straws instead of these. Now they're not as structurally good, I'd say, but that's another option. And if it's not so important to have so much space in between your layers, you could just use 3D Zots. The clear Zots like this, you could just use this type and you just won't get as much shadow in between your layers. So it'll be it won't be quite a dramatic effect. So it's really personal preference too. Not everybody needs to have a dramatic effect. Carrie says, when my shadow boxes are in the sun and the heat, my foam dots melt and come unstuck. Do you have any suggestions on ones that don't melt as easy? So I would suggest cutting foam and using craft glue instead. Then if you are in, if it's like right in the sunlight like that and melting, and then you can, so for example, another thing that you can do, these foam squares, these are adhesive foam squares. So instead of the Zots, you see these? So they have their double-sided adhesive on them. So you could use something like that. Just be aware that when you use something that's not clear and you have it lit up brightly, like in the evening, you might be able to see the little foam dots. If you place them judiciously, you might not. It depends. But that's why we recommend the clear Zots, because you can see right through them. All your light will shine through them. So it depends on how you arrange your lights and what your design looks like too. But this is another option for you. Betsy says, why would you use weld if combine is better? Honestly, at this point, since we have the unite command, I would say let's use unite. The only reason I think to use weld instead of unite, unite, is, if you want to keep your project clean, because whenever you do unite, you get a whole lot of extra layers. So if you do a lot of combining, uniting, subtracting and stuff, when you look at your layers panel, you can get dozens of layers. And that also adds to the memory needed to open your project. So at some point, you might get to the point where your project is a little bit crazy. If that happens, by the way, there's something you can do, and it wouldn't be weld in that case. Let me show you. Here we are back in Cricut Design Space. If you get to the point, let's undo so we can go back where we have some layers and you can see what I'm talking about. We need our sleigh back, and then we need to, there we go. So now we have 3 layers. So let's go ahead and go to combine and do unite, and you'll see they show up over here. Now, if I were to say, oh, let's add another image in here, what would be good? Another tree. Let's go look for another tree. I'm going to click on free, add a free tree shape here. Oh, this one looks great. Add this one to the canvas. All right, so let's put a tree in the background over here. And let's now you take these 2 layers now, and we're going to unite these also. I want you to notice how we have a bunch of layers over here. After a while, you might have a lot of layers. And at some point, you might be like, okay, I know I'm good now, and I'm just going to go to combine, and I do merge layers. And now it's all merged into 1 layer. It's just 1 layer. So this is the equivalent of weld. We don't undo this unless we click the undo button right away. So some people are just going to want to use weld because that's what they're used to. They want to do what worked for them. They don't want to do the other things. They're not ready to. So weld is there for those who are used to weld. Maybe at one point weld will quietly go away. I don't know. I kind of hope not, because I think that would confuse people. But that's my basic understanding of how those 2 things would work. For the most part, I probably will start suggesting that people use combine and subtract because you can undo it. Just be aware that you can get a lot of layers after a while. Okay, I have time for a few more questions. Can you show us the order the snow shadow box goes in? Sure, I have it right here. I think I've got all the layers here. Let's make a little space. So here it is. So let's start by, like I always like to start from the back when I do a shadow box. So our first layer is our white layer, right? So that we have this layer here so that when we put anything behind it, it doesn't show through. So, you know, maybe you don't want that, but you probably do. Now, in my shadow box, the next one is the glitter layer, the white glitter, followed by the blue layer with more snowflakes, followed by the yellow layer. Now we see the outline of some cardinals and the snowman, followed by more layers here. We've got more parts of the cardinals and the snowman here, which form details later in case you're wondering. And here we have the cardinals and the sleigh and the mittens coming in here, more parts of the snowman. And then we have the top layer here that shows the snowman and the, putting the white layer on top of it. So that is all that you would need to do this. Of course, you can have less layers if for any reason you don't want to cut out 1 layer. You get to decide what you do with your project. You may also want, of course, to change the colors. I also saw someone ask if this project in particular could be done with a rectangular shadow box, and I did actually see someone do that. They had a longer one, and what they did was on this top layer, I'm presuming because I don't know exactly what they did, but this was posted in our VIP group. They had extended this top layer down, and they had put their family name right down here. It was really pretty. So they were able to use their rectangular shadow box, and they got creative with their top layer, so it still looked awesome. So I thought that was a really good way to, use their shadow box that they had. All right. I think that this is a good time for me to wrap up. If I didn't get to your question, don't worry, because we can help you out. Please come to our Cricut Crafters group at jennifermaker.com/cricketcrafters. Or if you are a VIP pass holder, go to the VIP support group and post your question there. And of course, I can't wait to see all of your photos. I've been looking through all the photos. I did it last night, and be sure to come to our evening encouragement this evening, because I have a little surprise. It's not really a surprise for anyone who's done Maker Academy weekend before, but I have photos to share with you of projects that other people have made with all of our designs. You're going to love it. Okay, our next project is our Easy Cricut Mandalas project. It is like this. It's a paper craft. It's a nice, easy thing where your Cricut does most of the work. We're going to show you how to make some easy ones and how to personalize them. And so if you would like to get the supply list for that project and take a look at it right now, you'll want to go to jennifermaker.com. Oops, I got to get my number. 424. So jennifermaker.com/424 will give you the supply list for our Cricut mandala project. All right, I'm going to put on our intermission, and I will see you at the top of the hour so we can do Cricut mandalas, go take a break, get some more coffee. I know I'm going to, and I'll see you soon. Hello everyone, Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to make easy Cricut mandalas. Oh, mandalas, there's just something about making Cricut mandalas that I love and I know you love too. Not only are they beautiful to look at, I mean, come on, how cool are these? But they are wonderful and they make intricate art that will have everyone asking how in the world you made that. What they don't realize is that your Cricut cutting machine does almost all of the hard work for you in cutting out all the teeny tiny little details. All you have to do is stack them up and attach them together. 3D paper mandalas are really a lot easier than they look, and that makes them one of my favorite projects. Now you'll find the complete supply list for this project at jennifermaker.com/424, which we see right here on the screen. But I'm going to show you exactly what we need for this project too. Before I do that, I want to give you just a little close-up look at some of these. I'm going to switch over to my overhead view. So look at this one. How pretty is this? Look at all that pretty glitter. And you can put your own initial on there, and that would be really neat, wouldn't it? Same for this one. We even have a stand so that you can just display them without having a shadow box. Here's a winged heart version that you can put your own image into if you'd like. A winter wonderland mandala, and you can put your own name or saying here as well. For example, here is Alexa. Right? Aren't these cool? I know you can think of some wonderful ways to use these. And also, I have to show you this one. It's one of my very favorites. It's actually on its stand. I'll take it off. Let's see if I can, there we go. That's kind of, it's so bright in here. Let's see if I can get, there we go. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? I just love this. This is my favorite of this collection. So let me grab the tote and we will talk all about this, but do know that this is a pretty low material project, which is another reason why it's great for those who are new to doing this and why I consider it easy. All right. You don't have to have all the things to do it. You mostly just need a good paper, some adhesives, a few basic tools, and your Cricut. So good paper, big deal, right? As I mentioned in our previous workshop. Now, because we're not lighting these up, of course you can, but we're not, so you could pretty much use any weight cardstock that you want when they're not being lit up. Let me get out my papers here. Oops. And I want them all out so we can see everything. Okay. So we are using a variety of cardstocks. I've got glitter cardstock. This is the sort of a white, it's a little off-white, isn't it pretty? Gold. And then always having white 12 by 12 inch cardstock on hand if you're paper crafting. We use it in so many projects, really. And then, of course, all the different colors that you might like, right? I have my favorite colors, but you might have different colors. And this is 12 by 12. This one feels like 80 pounds. These are 80 pounds. So, but you could use 65 pounds or 100 or even 110 pounds. It does get a little tricky to cut when the higher up you go. It's actually easier to cut 65-pound paper, in my opinion. All right, and then for adhesives, we're going to use our Barely Art Craft Precision Craft Glue. There's a lot of words there. Sometimes I get them in the wrong order. This stuff is amazing. I love this. It's my favorite glue. And then we're also going to use some double stick tape. So this is just a really thin 1/8 inch thick tape. It's really useful for getting some layers on there. And some double-sided adhesive foam dots. As you can see here, they're pre-cut. Let's see if I can get that to show up there on the camera. It's hard for it to focus on this little thing. Well, whatever. You get the idea. You can kind of see that there. And I highly recommend for tools a scraper to get all the little bits off your mat, because when we do mandalas, we get lots of little bits stuck on the mat. And for this project, I'm definitely going to recommend that you use the green standard grip mat, okay? Because you want it to be sticky. You want your mat to be sticky and to really grip that paper as it's cutting out all the details. So clean blade too, of course. All right, and then you have, some of these can be scored. So specifically this is the one that we're going to score the stand if you want to display it without putting it into a shadow box. So you may want a scoring tool for this. You could, of course, fold it by hand. You don't have to have a scoring tool, but you can. And then I also recommend a weeding tool for poking out all the little bits inside of your shadow box designs. And I think that I pretty much have got everything there. Nice, easy, simple project. You can totally do this and make the most amazing things. So are you ready to see how this all goes together? I think this stand is really cool too. I saw someone in the comments comment on it. It's so versatile. You can use it for so many things. See, it's so simple. It just folds like this. It's got a pretty back just in case anyone saw it from the side. And then you just put your design right in it. Isn't that awesome? Now for the stand, I do recommend a heavier weight cardstock, right? In fact, I think it's on, let me check my supply list, so I'm telling you properly. It doesn't say to use a heavier weight, but this actually feels like it's probably 100 pounds. So I would recommend a heavier weight for your stand, and it'll just be sturdier. Okay, let's play the workshop video, and then I will answer all of your questions.
Step 1. Get my free Cricut mandala designs. Go to jennifermaker.com/424 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. Then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for design number 424 and then click it to download the zip file. You can cut these designs by hand with the printable PDFs, but it's much easier to use the SVG files with a Cricut cutting machine. I'll show you how. The SVG folder has 7 files in it: a layered circle design in a square with an initial, a rectangular layered holiday design with phrases, a round design with a star detail and initial, a square layered snowflake and initial design, a layered vine mandala, and a round winged heart, plus an easel that works great with most of the mandalas in this collection. Upload the SVG cut file of your choice to your design software. If you're not sure how to do this, go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload files. I'll start by showing you how to prepare several mandalas and the easel to cut on a Cricut cutting machine. Step 2. Prepare your designs. If you're working with more than one design like I am, click the minus sign at the bottom to zoom out and see everything. Click off of them and then drag them apart. Here is how my square layered snowflake with an initial, my rectangular layered holiday design with phrases, and the easel look on my canvas in Cricut Design Space. These mandala designs are sized to fit in my DIY shadow boxes, which you can find over at jennifermaker.com/DIY shadowbox frames. If you want to use a different display method, be sure to keep the lock icon closed and change the dimensions to your requirements in the size fields. So let's first look at how to customize the snowflake with an initial. Use the eye icons to hide the other design and easel for now. The J here that you see, it's just an example for you to follow to create your own version. So I'll demonstrate how to do this with the letter A for my daughter Alexa. Select the design and click Ungroup above the Layers panel to work with the layers separately. Hold the Shift key and click the 2 J layers and their teal layer in the Layers panel. Then drag them to the side to use as a reference. Then, click on the layer with a rectangle that has cutouts but no letter in the Layers panel. Hold Shift on your keyboard and press your down arrow a few times to move the piece where you can work with it. Now click the text icon over on the left to add a text box. Then type an initial for the name that you're using. I'm going to type the letter A. Click the font menu at the top to pick the option that you want. Remember, to find fonts that you've downloaded, click the System tab before searching. I'm using the font Walona Script, which you can purchase from Font Bundles if you want to use the exact same one, but of course you can choose any font you'd like. If you need any help filtering and finding the best fonts, check out my Cricut Font Finder cheat sheet at jennifermaker.com/Cricut fonts list. Now make sure the lock icon is closed and type 3 in the H field to make the letter larger, and then drag it to the center of the rectangle. In the Layers panel, click and drag the rectangle above the square white layer so it will be visible. Then drag a bounding box over your custom letter and the rectangle. Move them into place on the original mandala background. We will make the letter a bit bigger by adding offsets, but if it looks too big or too small, keep the lock icon closed and adjust the size. I want to be able to see some of the snowflake details all around it. You can also move it along the rectangle until you like the placement. To add the first outline layer, select the letter and click Offset at the top of your screen. Type 0.15 into the text field. Select Rounded Corners and Welded if those options are available, and then click Apply. With the new layer selected, make another offset with the same settings. To make the letter layers match my design, use the color box next to Operation to change the larger offset layer to teal, the other offset to white, and the letter to red. Hold Shift to click the rectangle and matching offset in the Layers panel. Then click Weld below the panel to combine the shapes. The newly welded layer will jump to the front. Now if, like in my result, there are tiny cutouts that you don't want to make, select the welded layer and click Contour below the Layers panel. In the pop-up that appears, click the smallest shapes in the letters to tell your Cricut to just completely ignore them. And then click the X to close the contour tool and check your results. In the Layers panel, click the welded layer and drag it down below the two other letter layers so they're in the correct order. Drag a bounding box over the finished design elements and click Group. Then use the eye icon to hide the group. Finally, select the J reference layers and delete them. You have done it, and this looks amazing. Now let's work on the layered holiday mandala. Click the eye icon next to the rectangular design with example phrases to unhide that layer. Select the design and click Ungroup above the Layers panel to work with the layers separately. Pull the white snowflake layer to the side so we can add a name. Click the text icon to add a text box. Then type your new phrase or name. I'll type Alexa, then click the font menu to pick the one you like. I'm using the font called Timberly Script, which you can purchase from fontbundles.net if you want to use the same one as me, but as always, you can choose any font you'd like. Do note, however, that script fonts will be easier to work with for this one. And remember, to find fonts that you've downloaded and installed, you'll want to click System before searching. If the letters don't connect easily or they're far apart, you'll want to click Advanced, then Ungroup to Letters. Then zoom in and adjust them to flow better. The more that your letters touch, the easier they'll be to work with. Once they fit well, hold the Shift key down and select them all in the Layers panel, and then click Weld to put them all on one layer. Drag the text into the frame. With the lock icon closed, use a corner of the bounding box to make it fit nicely without covering all of the snowflakes or touching the top or bottom. Mine is about 1.25 inches tall. We can adjust this later if needed. To add the first outline layer, click Offset in the top menu. Set it to 0.15 with curved, welded edges and click Apply. If you want to add another outline, keep the new offset layer selected and repeat the steps to add another offset with the same settings. Hold the Shift key and select all three name layers. Drag a corner of the bounding box if it needs to be resized and reposition as needed. Hold the Shift key and click the snowflake frame and the largest offset, and then click Weld. which will bring the new layer to the front. If there are any very small shapes in any offset layers, select it and click Contour at the bottom of the Layers panel. Scroll down and click off any of the very small shapes that really don't need to be cut out, and that will keep your Cricut from making a mess when it's trying to cut really teeny tiny pieces. It just doesn't need to do. To make the letter layers match my design, use the color box next to Operation to change the offset layer to teal and the name to red. If you don't want to cut the included phrases, just select them and delete them. And if you're making an easel or another design at the same time, you'll want to use the eye icons to unhide them. So let's talk about making the paper easel. So I'm going to select it and click Ungroup. Then select the line layer and use the Operation drop-down menu to change it to Score. In the Layers panel, hold down the Shift key on your keyboard and select the line and the easel, and then click Attach. Now, if we were to cut the layers now, they would be in a different order since Cricut Design Space sorts mats from lowest to highest saturation and hue. That's roughly rainbow order with white at the beginning and black at the end. If you want to manage the order, see my post on Cricut mat cutting order over at jennifermaker.com/Cricut mat order, cut Cricut order. Now let's talk about the other mandalas that are included in this collection. First, the winged heart. Ungroup the layers of the mandala. You can add a print then cut image to the center by slicing it with a 2.5-inch circle. My print then cut DIY greeting cards workshop has the full steps. Just remember to use a 2.5-inch round circle for your shape. To make sure your edited photo fits appropriately, in the Layers panel, drag the circle layer down in between the gold and red layers. Then drag the photo so it covers the yellow circle in the middle of the design. Make sure the subject of the photo shows and resize if needed by selecting it in the Layers panel. Don't go below 2.25 inches or some of the background might show around the image. You can use your arrows on the keyboard to move it just a little bit. Then follow the rest of the greeting card workshop steps to print the photo on an 8.5-inch white cardstock and have the Cricut cut it and your other layers. I'll show you the assembly of it soon. Now for the round design and circle design in a square with initials. You can use the same text, offset, and welding steps to add initials to the included white rectangle for the round design and as standalone pieces for the circle in a square. The Walona script font works great for both if you would like to use it or use a free script font that you already have. The other mandalas do not include extra steps, but feel free to experiment with different materials and have fun making them your own. Step 3. Cut the mandala layers. Make sure the correct machine is selected and then click Make It in Cricut Design Space. If you're prompted, select On Mat and 12 by 12. On the Prepare screen, set your material load type to On Mat. Set the material size for each color to reflect your chosen materials. I'm using 12 by 12 cardstock for everything. If you want to save time and materials, you can combine the mats of the same color if there's space. You can find the instructions in my DIY lollipop holder tutorial over at jennifermaker.com/DIY lollipop holders. When your mats look correct, click back on the first mat and then click Continue. On the Make screen, select medium cardstock for the base material with more pressure. If you're using the same material for everything, click the box for Remember Material Settings. And now if you're making the easel, Cricut Design Space will prompt you to add the scoring tool to your machine when the related mat is ready to cut. If you want to use a scoring stylus instead of the single scoring wheel, click Edit Tools, select the correct image, and click Apply. I want to use that combination, so I'm going to make sure that my scoring stylus is in clamp A and my fine point blade is clean and in clamp B. Add the first mat's material to a green standard grip machine mat, face up and adhere it well with a brayer. Load the first mat into your Cricut and press the flashing button to begin cutting. When the cut is complete, unload the mat and flip your design over and gently peel the mat away from your material rather than the other way around, as this avoids tearing and curling. If you need to, use a weeding tool or a spatula to gently lift any delicate parts. Then proceed with the rest of the mats until all cutting is complete. If you run into any issues cutting your materials, check out my Cricut tips and tricks for cleaner cuts at jennifermaker.com/Cricut blades. Step 4. Assemble your mandalas. Let's do the layered snowflake mandala first. This mandala fits in either of my 9x9-inch shadow box frames. The version that is 1 inch deep is easier to use while aligning the layers. We'll use a corner of the shadow box to align the layers while we secure them together. Place the background layer face up without adding any adhesive to the back yet. Align the top left corner of the paper as close as possible to the frame's matching inner corner. Take an adhesive foam dot and remove the backing from one side. Stick it on the back of the second layer with the fewest cutouts in a corner. Then add more in the corners, along the sides, and one toward the middle to keep it from sagging. Remove the rest of the backing papers. Place it on top of the background layer, again using the corner to help with alignment before adhering it in place. Add more adhesive foam pieces on the back of the third layer. Put them in the corners and along the sides, but just a bit away from where the previous spacers are. Add some around the middle to keep it from sagging too. Line it up over the second layer and press down. Place a few adhesive foam dots on the back of the initial and rectangle layer. You might need to cut them smaller with a craft knife or scissors. Line it up over the top full layer and gently press it down. Add the offset and main initial layers using trimmed adhesive foam dots and place them in position. Once the layers are aligned and stuck together, gently remove the mandala from the frame. Add some foam adhesive squares to the back corners and a few in the middle, and then slowly lower it in place so it's even. Then gently press in place and it is done. Isn't this awesome? All right, now let's do the layered holiday mandala. This design fits in my 9x9-inch shadow box frame. Although the frame and design are a different shape than the last pair, the steps are the same. Remember, check the order of your layers and then place the assembled frame face up to align the mandala's larger layers using the corner. Place adhesive foam dots on the back of the second layer with the snowflakes. Put them in the corners, along the sides, and in the snowflakes' middles to keep them from sagging. Line it up over the plain layer and press down. Place more dots along the back of the name and snowflake layer. Put them along the sides and on some of the layers to keep them from sagging, but not right above those on the last layer. Again, you might need to cut them smaller with a craft knife. Line it up over the second layer and adhere. Place a few adhesive foam dots on the back of the offset layer. Cut them smaller if you need to. Line it up over the top snowflake layer. Add the name layer on top with small adhesive dots. All right, now let's do the paper easel. To prepare the easel, just fold the legs toward each other using the score line. Place your item in it, and it is done. Wasn't that easy? I love easy projects. All right, now here are some additional mandala assembly orders and tips. For the winged heart, which by the way fits the 9-inch frames, you'll want to layer the pieces face up in order to make sure they're all lined up. Since we don't have corners or other standard alignment spots to use, I picked a heart to be my top and used it as a reference. Grab the top layer and image, making sure you keep them in the right orientation. Put the image down and gently place the cardstock on top to check that it will cover the whole center opening but won't show beyond the edges. If it does, reprint the photo using a bigger or smaller circle as needed. Keeping it in the correct orientation, place the top layer face down. Add a thin line of glue to the back of the middle circle. Position the circle opening over the photo. Then flip it over and press it in place when your subject looks right, and then set them aside to dry. Flip your stacked layers over so the top heart stays at the top. Put foam pieces on the back of the background layer, but don't remove the second pieces of protective backing yet. Place several around the edges and middle in concentric circles. A few in the middle will keep it from sagging. Flip it over to the side. Add double-sided adhesive foam dots to the back of the next layer, making sure to add a few around the middle circle. Take off the rest of the backing papers, line it up on the background, and press it into position. Add double-sided adhesive foam dots to the back of the next layer, concentrating on the heart shapes and wings. Take off the rest of the backing papers and press it into position. Add double-sided adhesive foam dots to the back of the next layer, again concentrating on the heart shapes and wings. Take off the rest of the backing papers and press it into position. Add double-sided adhesive foam dots to the back of the next layer, again concentrating on the heart shapes. You may have to trim some. Take off the rest of the backing papers and press it into position. Now you know how to cut and assemble a very detailed mandala frame. Now let's do the round design with an initial, which fits the 9-inch frames as well. Layer the pieces face up in order to make sure that they're all lined up, then flip the stack over. Put glue on the back of the second layer and position it on the background. Put foam dots on the back of the next detailed layer and position it on top, making sure the designs align. Repeat with the other layers, trimming the dots to size if needed, and always checking your alignment. Glue the initial offset on top of the offset with the wrapper, making sure the letters go the right way. Place the assembled letter wrapper on top of the design round so the edges extend evenly past the left and right sides. Flip the assembled wrapper over and add the dots. They don't have to be perfect. Remember, this is handmade. Put the wrapper back into position, fold the edges to meet the back of the round, and hold them in place with foam or glue. All right, now let me show you the circle design in a square with an initial. And again, this also fits the 9-inch frames. Layer the pieces face up in order to make sure they're all lined up, then flip the stack over. Put glue on the back of the second layer and position it on the background. Use the frame as a guide if you have trouble lining them up, and start with 2 corners. Put foam dots on the back of the next detailed layer and position it on top, making sure the designs align. Repeat with the other layers, trimming the dots to size if needed, and always checking your alignment. Glue the initial offset on top of the larger offset, making sure the letters go the right way. Use trimmed foam dots to add the final letter on top. All right, and now let's do the layered vine mandala, which is best displayed in the easel. Layer the pieces face up in order to make sure that they're all lined up, and then flip the whole stack over. Place the background face up. Put glue on the back of the second layer and position it on the background. Use the frame as a guide if you're having any trouble lining them up, and start with 2 corners. Put glue on the back of the remaining layers and position them on the background, making sure the designs align. Now, since this is a larger design, I prefer to display it on the paper easel. Doesn't this look amazing?
And that's how we do some nice, simple mandalas. By the way, I know mandala is a specific term for a specific design, but in the Cricut crafting world, mandala is commonly referred to this kind of design. And if I don't use the right words to describe things, people won't know what I'm talking about. So we're using mandala to mean this sort of layered design, just so everybody knows why I use that term. Now I want to go over to Cricut Design Space real quick and just make sure everyone knows how to use the new combine menu when they're doing the putting the letter on. Let me just hop over there so you can see what I mean. So here is, let me move this over so that my photo is not covering it. There we go. So here is our very first mandala that I showed you, and I had you weld these 2 blue layers. But you can do something else, which is use the combine menu and choose the unite function. And you may want to do that if you think you will move anything. You may not, but you may want to. So let's maybe just show you that real quick. So we'll select both the letter A, the offset of the A there, and the layer below that, which is the band that goes across. So those 2 layers are now selected. And down here where you saw welds on my video, it has updated since I made that video. It's a very recent update. It's now the combine menu. So I don't want you to get lost by that. So you'll click on combine, and weld is right there at the top. So you can absolutely weld it, but you can also choose unite. And unite is similar to weld, except that it allows you to undo, reposition, and resize it. So either one of these functions would be just fine for this project. All right, now I have lots of questions to answer, and I want to make sure I get to everyone's question. So Jenny says, I know in the supply list, I know it's in the supply list, but I see some glitter cardstock with bigger pieces of glitter and some with finer pieces of glitter. Does it matter? It only matters based on your personal preference. Some glitter cardstock is more fabulous than others. That's the best way to describe it. Some is a pretty subtle glitter. Some is just like, whoa, right? So you can decide which one you want, right? It doesn't matter. You can choose any glitter cardstock you want or no glitter cardstock if glitter is not your friend. It's completely up to you. Donna asks, how large would you make the easel out of what would be stronger and look classier? Oh, sorry, what else could you make the easel that would be stronger and look classier? I would go up, I think, to craft board, right? If you wanted it, or foil poster board, perhaps. Foil poster board looks really cool and is very classy. I think that either one of those would be just fine. I would not attempt to make it out of wood. I don't think anyone asked me that, but I know that some people may be wondering that. You can't fold wood. At at least not with the tools that we have. There's some tricky things that we could do, but we're not doing them with our Cricuts. Susan says, how could you find a writing font other than Cricut fonts? Well, Cricut really has the market on writing fonts because of the nature of it. So you can certainly upload fonts that mimic writing fonts, but they will never be called a writing font in the style menu. So for example, I have a writing font called Pen Writing that I created a few years ago, and it's a single line font and it works great, but it doesn't show up as a writing font, right? So you have to upload it and simply select it and change it to pen if that's what you want to do. And we actually have a new writing font coming out called Tall, and so you will see that one show up soon. So that's another. We have a second one coming out, but otherwise, Cricut writing fonts are really a Cricut thing. There are some that you can get that look good, but are not strictly writing fonts. Suzanne says, do you ever cut on adhesive backed paper instead of using glue? I don't personally. I think that it would be difficult to position. Cricut sells what's called smart paper, which has adhesive on the backing. It's really intended for like making cards. And the honest truth is I see very few people using it. And I think it's just tricky to get it into just the right spot. Whereas when we use just regular cardstock and some glue or foam adhesive, we have more options. You can reposition it, so that's just my take on that. So I personally haven't played very much with adhesive backed cardstock. The few times I have, it's just, I don't know, it's a little stress inducing for me. Dawn says, do you still use the blue mat for both heavier or glitter cardstock? No, you actually want to use the green mat. Did I say that right? You don't want to use the blue mat for heavy cardstock or glitter. You want to use the green. The green is the standard grip mat and it's stickier. And any material that is stiffer or a little harder to cut, you're going to want to move up to a stickier mat. Karen asks, is chipboard and craftboard the same thing or close enough to use for frames? They're similar, but chipboard is thicker than craftboard. They're not the same. They are different. And if you buy them both and compare them, you will see that they're different. Chipboard is definitely thicker, and sturdier too. But the thing about chipboard is you really can't fold chipboard, right? Craftboard can be folded. Chipboard, we just cut it, right? It's so thick that we really just cut it. And we can get tricky and do some things with it, but we're not doing that in this workshop. I see a question from Jamie. It's a glue question. I saw that you have a pin in the top of your glue. I do. Let me switch over so you can see that. How long can you store it like that? I've been afraid that I would glue it shut, so I remove and wash the tip every time. I always store it like this, always. This is the best way to store this glue. I don't know about any other glue. I can't speak for that, but for the Bearly Art glue, it comes with this pin here. I suspect the pin is for cleaning out the precision tip, but I always just store it with the pin in because it works really, really well to never, ever get clogged. So yeah, this is how I store it. That's why you always see it with the pin in the top. I do think that they mean for us to unclog it, but it does, this is just easier. And then I don't have to worry about, I don't know, it just works really well. In fact, and also when I lose my pin, because eventually I do, I can just go grab another pin from my sewing kit and put it right in there. I'm curious, what do you do with all the crafts that you make? So if you mean all of the things that we make at Jennifer Maker, we actually put them into nice, organized, and labeled storage boxes so that we can bring them out and show them when we are talking about similar projects or collections or other cool things that you can make. I'm sure you've seen some videos where we have a bunch of different things. Let's talk about things we made from the Dollar Tree or things we're making for Christmas. So we keep everything because we use them again for teaching purposes. We actually have a lot of things stored now, and we're going to have many more in the future. So when we're designing our future studio, because we're working on that, we are planning on lots of storage space for our projects. In the beginning, I used to give all my projects away. It made sense. But then people would ask a question and I'm like, but I don't have that anymore. I gave it away. So now we keep everything so that we can bring it out and show it to you again. We get lots of questions and it's important to me that we answer them. There's a question, has anyone ever tried painting craft board? Craft board is still paper, so if you get it wet, it might warp and be weird. So I don't think that I would do it. You maybe light coat of spray paint, maybe that might work. But if you really want to cover craft board so it looks classier or cool or whatever, you could try vinyl. I've put iron-on vinyl onto craft board before. That worked fine. You could put adhesive vinyl on it. That's another option. Even just gluing some cardstock on, glitter cardstock on, that would work too. Another question here, do we have a video on how to make a mandala? So I think you mean how to design one, right? So I don't teach that I don't have a video on that like on YouTube or anywhere like that. I do teach how to make mandalas in my Cut Above course. It is not an easy, I wouldn't say it's not a beginner thing. I like most of my projects to be beginner friendly. It's really important to me. So it takes a fair amount of time to teach that. And I only really, there's so much to it. There's a lot to it. But I teach that in my Cut Above course. Let's see here. Will you be doing a script font? Do you mean, are we going to make one ourselves? I'm hoping to make more fonts in the future. I love fonts. I'm totally a font nerd. And I would love to do that. So we'll see. I think that would be fun. I've totally thought about making my own. What I would love to do is make a font that is a script font and a stencil font. But it's one that we designed ourselves. So if anyone knows, I love the font Tingler script. You'll hear me mention it a lot in our tutorials, and that's because it's both a stencil and a stencil, it's both a script and a stencil font. So it weeds beautifully. Everything stays connected. It's super easy to cut, easy to use. That's why we use it. So I've been thinking about making my own version of that, my own style, so that we can share it in all our projects and that kind of thing. All right, I have time for a couple more questions. Let's see. Font nerd, yes. How large would you want to make the easel to display an 11 by 11 inch mandala? You could enlarge the easel to be about a ½ inch smaller than the mandala that you are making. So just to look at it, you could definitely make this bigger, but you want to make sure it's big enough to be stable. So right now this is good for, this is like 6 inches, right? So you are limited by a little bit by the size of your mat, but you can always turn it this way and use a longer mat if you had to. But I would make it so that it is, I don't know the exact dimensions, but if I were to guess right now how much bigger I would make this, I would say, well, where's my, let's use this as a ruler. This is, oops, other side. How many people ever use their Cricut mats as rulers? Because when I don't have one, I do. Okay, it's 9 inches long right now. So if it were me, I would make this the full 11.5 inches long, so that, because I think that would be good for an 11 inch, because, we fold it in a little bit here, right? So it does get smaller. Go for 11.5 inches. Try that. Let us know if that worked for you. I saw another question that I thought was really important. I want to address it. And it is about, how do we access all of the settings, like the intricate cut settings that we've been mentioning, the heavyweight, cardstock, all the extra special settings, material settings that we mentioned in our workshops. So I have my Cricut Explore Air out so I can show those of you who have the Explore Air, because that's who's asking this question. So I'm going to switch over to this screen. So the Cricut Explore Air 1 and the Air 2 has a smart dial. This smart dial needs to be set to custom in order to access all of those material settings that you see us using in our videos. So there's a little, can you see this little dot on there? That's the indicator of where it goes. So we want to put it onto custom, which is right here. Let's see if I can get that any bigger for you. A second, I'm going to zoom in. Yeah, so it is right here. This is the custom setting. So put your smart dial on custom and leave it there. And then you have access to all of the material settings that we use in all of the videos. There's no need. The smart dial is kind of old fashioned. And in fact, on the larger machines, like back here I have the Cricut Maker 3, there's no smart dial. They removed the smart dial from all the makers and the new Explore 3. It's just not necessary, right? So put it on custom and leave it there. And then one more question before I go. I saw someone commenting on my hands. And are those my hands? And they're not my hands. I have an amazing team. I do not do this alone. We are a team of 30. And in addition to design fairies who help me design things, I also have design elves. Design elves help me assemble things on camera. So you'll see a variety of different hands. In my hands, for the record, they look like this. Engagement ring, not married yet. And this ring is from Greg. The 3 hearts represent me, Greg, and Alexa. Those are my hands. So I am not married yet. My last name is not Maker yet. It will be officially Maker at some point, hopefully in the near future. So just to clear all that up, because I saw people commenting on that. Okay. All right. So our next workshop on DIY shadow box frames is coming up at the top of the hour in about 13 minutes. You can learn more about that workshop and look over its supply list at jennifermaker.com/423. So please take a quick break, get a drink, refill your tea or your coffee, stretch your legs, and we'll begin on the hour right here in the same stream. Hello everyone, Jennifer Maker here. Let's learn how to make our own shadow box frames. DIY shadow boxes are perfect for displaying special collections, photos, and memorabilia. And when you can make your own, there's no more needing to purchase them every time you want something framed. Not only are they easy to make, but they add a unique touch to any home decor. I've designed these frames in two versions, a scored version and a no score version, so that everyone can make them. And they are so much fun to display all of your things, including the mandalas that we made in our previous workshop. So let me give you a close-up look at these so you can see how neat they are. So you'll recognize the mandala from the previous workshop, and I want you to note that this version here actually has a faux wood grain. Do you see that when I hold it up to the light? Get that to reflect. There we go. We can see that. Isn't that neat? So we did that with the scoring tool. And so you can change the look of it based on what color you're using. You can even use a pen. So here's a rectangular one. And instead of using a scoring tool, we used a pen. Cool effect, huh? A square glitter one. And I just put one of my felt flowers in there. All sorts of things that you can put into these shadow boxes. Here is, again, from our workshop earlier, the Alexa mandala. This fits right into there. And then a nice big square one, and this one has my paper poinsettia in it. So, but of course, we're learning how to make the shadow boxes, not the things inside today, just so that's clear. But I think these are so cool because you don't have to go to the store every time you need one. You just say, hey, I need one for this, in this color, in this size. So we have small squares, we have big square ones, and have rectangular ones. And you can fancy them up with glitter or whatever you want. Isn't that cool? All right, so the complete supply list, actually let me put everything back up before I get ahead of myself. Put them all back up nice and pretty. And then this one was here. All right, so the complete supply list for this project is over at jennifermaker.com/423. And let's get the tote out of the dream box, and I'll show you exactly what you need to make this project. Okay. All right, 423 is right here. And like our other projects this morning, this is a pretty simple paper craft where our main components to our project are glue and paper, or adhesives and paper, right? All right, let's get it all out and then we'll talk about it. Can't forget our scraper. Scoring tool is optional. So is a pen, entirely optional. Cute paper. All right, so let me switch over to our overhead. Make a little space here. And let's get everything out. All right, I'm going to go through our supply list. So we want to make these nice and sturdy. I recommend brown craft board. Let's take a look at it. So this is craft board. It is sturdier than, let's say, 65-pound or even 80-pound cardstock. So it makes a difference, and it really does contribute to the stability of your frames. Okay, so craft board. You can get it actually in a variety of different colors. Cricut sells it in brown, black, and white, by the way, if that's helpful to know. And then if you want to put cute frames on top of it, because we actually put separate frames on them. That's the decorative part. So you can have glitter or really anything you want. So all the colors. So we've got all the glitter, regular plain cardstock. In this case, for the frame that goes on top of it, it doesn't really matter what its weight is. The sturdiness of the frame is from the craft board that we're using. So you can use whatever awesome cardstock or even paper if you had it to decorate your frame itself. Now for adhesives, we're going to use our Barely Art Precision Craft Glue because it works really well. And you can also use adhesive foam dots for putting things into your frame. That's where we would recommend you use them. For the most part, this is your go-to adhesive for making these frames. I also want to note that like many of our projects, we have a reference sheet right in the file. So always look for this if ever you're feeling a little lost, like what piece is this? So we actually make these to help you out. So look at them, just bring them up on your screen, print them out while you're working on that, and then I'll help you out. All right, now if you want to do the scoring, actually, let me give you an example. So I showed you, let me show you the red one. Now hold this up so you can see the scoring on it. Got to get the light just right. There we go. So you see how there's scoring on the red that looks like wood. So you can do that with a scoring tool, either a scoring stylus, which is the stylus. If you have an Explorer or Maker, you can use the stylus, not the Joy. Or you can use the scoring tool. This is the single scoring wheel. It says 01 right on the tip. Let me bring that up just a little bit more, like that. And I did see a question from someone earlier about why would I ever want to use the double scoring wheel? You could in fact use a double scoring wheel, and I think I had that tip here somewhere. Hopefully I didn't. Here it is. In fact, let me just double check my notes here on our, okay. So by the way, if anyone doesn't know how to switch these out, you just hold down the plunger at the top here, and then you can release it, and then you can put this in. So the double scoring wheel is useful when you have a thicker material. It makes it a little easier to fold. So when we're working with craft board, which is a little thicker, you could definitely pull out your double scoring wheel tool if you have it. If you don't have it, the single scoring wheel will also work. I rarely use the double scoring wheel myself. I almost never do. So you'll be just fine with the single scoring wheel too. Okay. And let's see, other tools. Oh, right. If you don't want to use your scoring tool, you could use the pen. So here we have done that same scoring pattern, but using a pen, because it definitely gives it a different look. And if you used like a color that was just a little different than your background, let's say I had a medium green pen here on our medium green cardstock, it would definitely give you a more subtle look. So that is another option. And let's see what else. Okay, something else that's actually really useful is a bone folder or a scraper, either way. The craft board is pretty thick, and it's going to be easier to fold it if you have a tool to help you like crease the edges, as you'll see in our workshop video. I think that's everything. Just double check. Well, of course, there's actually a couple more things. We need our crickets, right? So we're using the crickets to make these. You could make them with a craft knife and a ruler if you want to, but the beauty of the Cricut is that it does everything exact. And I think in this case, it's really important that it be precise. You will see, because we make these really quite strong. It's an excellent example of paper engineering. So you could make them on the Cricut Explorer, and that is very large. Let's make that a little smaller, shall we? There we go. Or the Cricut Maker, which I have right here behind me. You cannot make these on the Cricut Joy. It's just not big enough for what we need to do, because these are pretty big pieces, right? Okay, and then I also recommend having a brayer to keep your material well adhered to your mat so it cuts well, and a ruler will be really useful too. And we're going to use the green standard grip cutting mat. All right, so I'm going to play the video for you, and then I will answer all the questions I can.
Step 1. Get my free Shadowbox frame designs. Go to jennifermaker.com/423 and look for libraries in the red bar at the top. Then either click Get a Password if you don't yet have one, or click Enter the library. You can find the designs on the page by searching for design number 423 and then click it to download the zip file. You can cut these designs by hand with the printable PDFs, but it's much easier to use the SVG files with a Cricut cutting machine. I will show you how. Now there are 4 shadow box options. There is a frame that is 6 inches square and 1 inch deep. There is a rectangle that is 9 inches by 5 inches and 2 inches deep, a frame that is 9 inches square and 1 inch deep, and a frame that is 9 inches square and 2 inches deep. So lots of options. Each frame has both a score and a no score version, and that means that you can make these whether or not you have a scoring tool. The score versions will have lines that you will adjust in and attach before using a scoring tool to create them on your Cricut. The no score versions have lines of dashed cuts, which are made using the standard fine point blade that came with your Cricut, so no scoring tool is needed. Now, the wood score SVG includes a detailed frame front for each shadow box size. The fronts are slightly larger than the frames, so they will cover the joints, extra glue, or any other blemishes. They also provide a bit more support to keep the frame strong. I've included an optional layer of wood grain lines, which you can use several tools on, and I will show you the different results that you can get. So in this video, I'm going to demonstrate the no score version of the rectangle frame with pen details and the score version of the 1 inch deep large square with scored details. The steps are very similar for the other frames, but I'll show you some extra tips along the way. Now, using dash cut lines or score lines creates very different results for this project, but the front frame cover covers up most of those differences. There are a few things that may influence which technique you use. The dashed cut line version only needs a Cricut fine point blade. It can take up to 15 minutes per mat due to all the detailed cuts, but it's very easy to crease and it holds its shape well. The score line version requires a single scoring wheel, the double scoring wheel, or a scoring stylus, and the stylus is the only option if you have a Cricut Explorer, in addition to the fine point blade. If you use either of the wheels, you'll have to swap tools while cutting. It does take a few minutes of preparation in Design Space. It cuts very quickly compared to the other version, even if you need to swap tools, but it can be more difficult to crease precisely, but I will show you my tricks. So to begin, upload the SVG cut file of your choice and the wood score frame detail file to Cricut Design Space. If you're unsure how to do this, go to jennifermaker.com/svgs to learn how to unzip and upload files. I'll show you how to prepare them to cut on a Cricut cutting machine. Step 2. Prepare your design. We'll begin with the rectangle frame with pen details, no score creases. So this is what my no score version of the rectangle frame and my covers look like on my canvas. You can zoom out to see all of the design by clicking on the minus sign in the lower left. You could move the pieces to see them more clearly, but since this frame is made with dashed cut lines, you don't have to do anything to it at all. Now, I do recommend cutting a frame front detail to go with it. To pick the correct one, select the group of designs and click Ungroup. Then drag the one that looks like it will fit the best on your frame and drag it over there to check. Mine is the rectangle. Click the other frame detail designs and delete them. To adjust the detail lines, select the layer with curvy lines above your chosen front in the Layers panel. You can use different tools for the different looks, but I'm going to click the drop-down menu under Operation and select Pen. Then click the color box to the right, select your pen width from the top field, and then pick the color. I used an extra fine point pen in brown. To keep the altered lines with the correct cut piece, hold the Shift key on your keyboard and click the frame cover detail and the shape layer in the Layers panel. Then click Attach below the Layers panel. The newly attached layers will move to the top of the Layers panel. I suggest cutting one frame at a time, but I'll show you how to work with the score version now. Use the eye icons to hide these layers while working on the next frame. Add the next frame and front detail files to your canvas. You can zoom out to see all of the design by clicking on the minus sign on the lower left. This is what my score version of the large, thinner, square frame and my covers look like on my canvas. So click the frame design, Use the eye icons to hide the other design for now. The basic cut layers with lines instead of colored shapes are the ones that we need to make into score lines. Click Ungroup above the Layers panel to work with the pieces independently. You can drag the pieces apart to see them more easily. Hold down your Shift key and click the first set of layers without colored shapes. Then click the drop-down menu under Operation and select Score. They'll all change to dashed lines to indicate that you've changed them to score lines. To keep the altered lines with the correct cut pieces, hold down your Shift key and click the layer under your new score lines. Then click Attach below the Layers panel. The newly attached layers will jump to the top of the list, and repeat for all other pieces with score lines. Again, I recommend cutting a frame front to go with it. Ungroup the 3 frames and pick which one to choose. We'll use the large square frame and its detailed layer, so delete the others. Select the layer with curvy lines above the square frame front in the Layers panel. Change the layer to Score. The lines will become dashed, but they will score in continuous lines, so don't worry. Attach it to the cut shape. If you want the frame pieces and the front detail to be cut from the same material, use the color swatch box next to Operation to make the colors match. If not, make sure they're different colors. I'll change my front to red for this one. Once you're ready, unhide any other designs that you want to cut by clicking on their eye icons in the Layers panel. Step 3. Cut your files. When you're ready to cut, make sure the correct machine is selected in the top right and click Make It. If you're prompted, pick On Mat and 12 by 12 in the pop-up menu. On the Prepare screen, set your material load type to On Mat. Set the material size for each color to reflect your chosen materials. I'm going to use 12 by 12 inch craft board for everything. It's nice and strong. Cardstock also works well for the front covers. When your mats look correct, click back on the first mat and then click Continue. On the Make screen, set the mats to craft board. With more pressure and click the box for Remember Material Settings. If you're making score versions, Cricut Design Space will prompt you to add the scoring tool to your machine when the related mats are ready to cut. If you want to use a scoring stylus instead of a scoring wheel, click Edit Tools, select the correct image, and click Apply. I want to use that combination, so I'll make sure my scoring stylus is in clamp A and my fine point blade is clean and in clamp B. Later, I'll switch my brown pen in for the scoring stylus. So click on the first mat and add the first mat's material to a green standard grip machine mat face up and adhere it well with a brayer. Load the first mat into your Cricut and press the flashing button to begin. When the cut is complete, unload your mat, flip your design over, and gently peel the mat away from your material to avoid curling and all that good stuff. Use a weeding tool to gently lift any delicate parts that you may have, and proceed with the rest of the mats until all of the cutting is complete. Step 4. Assemble your frames. The assembly steps are the same for each frame. I'll demonstrate them with the frame that is 9 inches square and 1 inch deep. This is the score version, but I'll compare it to a no score version at the end. Place your shadow box pieces face down and fold them along the long dashed cut or score lines. Make sure your edges are lined up when folded. That's a good way to see that your creases are straight. Crease the short perpendicular lines on the larger pieces the opposite way. If you have trouble getting the crease straight, Line up a ruler along it to help. You can also run your scraper along a crease if it's stubborn or needs to be adjusted. Now grab your larger pieces with tabs. They'll go across from each other. Place the longest section in front of you and use the creases to bring the farthest edge to meet the line closest to you. The squared tube will start to take shape. Let the tube unroll a bit so the short section that will meet the part with tabs is visible. Add several thick lines of glue to the short length where they'll meet. Since you're working with craft board, be sure to add enough glue so that the layers can glide and adjust instead of just adhering right away. It can take more glue than normal cardstock without getting soggy, so just be aware of that. Roll the tube toward yourself again and line up the sections to overlap. Press it lightly so you can still adjust the alignment. If it looks twisted, check for misaligned edges, a slanted crease, or other issues that you can fix. Gently shift the layers so the seams are flush. Use your fingers, a bone folder, or another long tool to press the glued layers from each side. I used wooden coffee stirrers and chopsticks successfully. Place the tube down with the overlapping layers touching the table. Hold it still until it sets. Repeat with the other 3 pieces. Lay them on the table with the seams at the back and in their intended orientation. Grab the left vertical section and bottom piece. The left joint tab on the bottom section will go into the left tube. At the same time, the lower right part of the tube will slide down to fill the diagonal area of the bottom piece. Test it without glue so you can see where they'll touch. Take the pieces apart but keep them in the same orientation. Add glue to the back of the joint tab and in triangles on the inner sides of the bottom piece. Guide the tab into the vertical tube and gently press them together when the edges almost line up. Just leave a little space for the paper to bend at the corner. Lift the left tube up and guide the other lower edge into the bottom piece to meet the glue inside. And then press carefully on all edges of the corner joint so it bonds. And gently hold the joint together while the glue dries. I found 2 ways that worked for adding the other pieces. Try both and see which you prefer. I'll show you the first without glue. So here's method 1 with 2 L shapes. Connect the other 2 pieces using the same steps. Remember to keep the seams in the back. Now you have 2 L shapes, which will join to make the final frame. Connect the tabs and inner angles on both horizontal pieces. Slide both tabs into the connecting tubes at the same time so the frame takes shape. Hold the newest joints carefully in each hand, gently pressing the new corners toward each other. Lay the frame down to make sure its surfaces are adequately flat. If it's twisted, try to adjust the joints. Remember, we're going to cover up the front and back with more paper, so it's totally okay if it doesn't look perfect right now. I'll show you now the second method using glue. Place the assembled L shape so it's standing on the table with the free joint tab at the top. Grab the unattached top section with 2 tabs. With the front facing up, add glue to the back of the left joint tab and the inside triangles. Guide the glued tab into the side tube and tap it in place. Bend the added piece up to make the inner glue meet the tube's exterior. Hold everything in place to set and make a boxy U-shape. With both tabs facing up, add glue to the backs and inside diagonals. Use a bit more than the other corners. Guide the remaining square tube to join at the two corners. It will be fiddly to press the tabs from the inside, so do your best to get the surfaces to adhere by pressing from the exterior. Gently press down on the top piece and in from the sides while the glue sets. Lay the frame down to make sure its surfaces are flat. Again, if it's twisted, adjust the joints while the glue is still setting. Remember, we're going to cover up both the front and back with more paper, so don't worry if it doesn't look totally perfect right now. Finishing touches. These shadow box frames fit my Easy Cricut mandalas, but you can use them for other designs too, of course. If you want to use the frame to help align a layered project, which is a great idea, do that now by using a corner before adding the front and the back. Then grab your remaining two craft board pieces, the solid piece for the back and the cutout for the front. Add craft glue to the frame's back along the middles of the four joint sections. You'll need a good amount of glue, but not so much that it will seep out on the edges. Press the craft board rectangle in place so it covers the assembly and is secured to each piece. Since this is a handmade shadow box, it might not be perfectly square, but do your best. It's okay if it's not perfectly square. It is handmade after all. To add the craft board cutout to the front of your shadow box, flip the frame over so the project is flat. Add a generous amount of glue in the middle of the frame sections. Press the large craft board rectangle with a cutout in place so it covers the assembly and is secured to each piece. This will keep the frame from twisting and make it a lot stronger. And then make sure it's dry before continuing. The frame detail layer can cover anything that you'd like to conceal, like glue at the seams or a not so square corner. Moving the cover a bit off center might help if the frame isn't perfectly square. I'm using a version here with scored details. Once you have a good fit, lift the cover, add glue to the craft board where you know it will be concealed, and put the cover back on. You can let it dry face down to help it stay flat. To display an item in your awesome new shadow box, add adhesive foam squares to the back. Line the item up in the frame so it's even, then gently press down to make it stick. Won't these be so useful for all of your beautiful projects that you are going to make?
So shadow boxes, aren't these so cool when you can make them yourself? I think this opens up a world of possibilities for us. I love this. I've got questions to answer, and I want to get to as many as I can. Now, I did see one question that I think is worth addressing for everyone, and that is, when I uploaded my project to Cricut Design Space and I ungrouped it, I see lots of lines, not nice, neat lines like are shown on my screen. So let's take a look at that. If we go over to Cricut Design Space, I'm on the upload screen, right? I've actually uploaded two versions of this file. We have the version with, on this side over here, you can see my tooltip here says it's the score version. And this version here is the no score version. So my best guess is that you saw me demonstrate the no score version, but you uploaded the score version. So this is a great thing to be aware of, what file you're uploading. Because if I were to, let's go ahead and upload the score version right now. The score version has score lines that need to be set. So let's zoom out a little bit here. I have actually both of them are on the canvas. I want you to see just this one. This is the score version, okay? When I ungroup it, you get all sorts of stuff here, right? See all these lines? These are the score lines. They need to be set. If you don't know how to set score lines, I have many tutorials that show how to do that. If you don't want to, to set a score line because you're new to this and it's confusing, you don't have to, because we provided a version that doesn't require a scoring tool. So you'll want to not upload this version. So I'll just delete it off my canvas right now. And instead you want the no score version. I'm going to scroll down because I have that one on my canvas. It looks like this, right? When we move these pieces, it's part of it. So instead of a score line, it puts little dashed lines here, and you don't need a scoring tool to make it. It might not look quite as polished when you're done, but it also might not matter, right? It is easier. It takes longer to cut this version, but it's easier to fold and you don't have to worry about the score lines. So we offer both options. We try to do that in all of our projects so that those who have scoring tools and want to use them can, and those that don't have to worry about it. I try really hard to make our projects as accessible to as many people as possible. That's one of my big things. All right, let's go to the questions here. Ginger says, could you do the foil technique for the wood grain look? Absolutely. I think that will be amazing. If you're willing to take the time to put the foil on, yes, that would be gorgeous. Christy says, are the score lines face up or face down when folding? Well, I personally find this is a white one, but I don't know if you can see my score lines in this. Yeah, you can't really see them. It's too bright. But typically, I find that having the score line be on the front of your project will make it easier to fold. Now in this case, this is just cardstock, so not craft board, so it was really easy to fold. But when you're dealing with something like craft board, you'll want whatever you can do to get your score lines to be easier to fold because it's harder, right? So typically you want your score to be on the side that you're folding, if that helps. Crystal says, would these frames be good to use for the shadow box project with the LED light strips or fairy lights? So you could use them. We didn't try using them, but I think that you could, yes. We have another project, our Cardinal shadow box, if you saw that one. That one has its own frame also, and we did use fairy lights in that to like light it up. So it is possible. It's just a little tricky because you have to get them in there and you have to have room for your wire, right? You might want to, let's take a look at one. It's actually, yeah, let's use this one here. All right, so here is a square one. This is the front with the frame on it. This is the back, right? You can see the seams here. What you could do is maybe cut out a hole here. You could just do it right in your software before, or you could just use a craft knife afterwards and maybe feed your wire through it. That's one possibility. Maybe if your project is in the front here, your lights could be in the back, right? So there's probably some things that you could do to accommodate that. We didn't set it up that way, but I think you could use some LED lights, whether they're fairy lights or even light strips in these. Yes, so it might take a little practice, and I'm sure in time as we use these more ourselves, we'll have some more variations that we could show you on ways to use them too. Terry asks if you can use the debossing tool instead of the score tool. Yes, you totally can. In fact, that would look really great. If you have the debossing tool, go for it. SPC fan says, can you use the, oh, I'm sorry, that's the same question. Myra says, is the whole box made out of cardstock? It's the whole box is made out of craft board. Craft board is a little thicker than cardstock, and then it has a cardstock frame on top of it to make it look, cool, right? To give it that colored look, because typically craft board comes in brown, black, and white. Those are our options for craft board. But I recommend craft board over cardstock if you want it to be really sturdy. These are surprisingly sturdy. Like these are not wimpy. Let's just abuse this a little bit so you can see. There's no flopping going on, right? There's no wiggling or anything like this when I wiggle on it. It's very stable and sturdy. It will amaze you that it is possible to do this with paper. So it's really cool. It's really cool in that regard. These are not going to fall apart on you or get crushed. Now, I don't think I could stand on this, but you could definitely put something on top of it, right? You could definitely press down on it. In fact, I saw another question about, could you, like, let's say, put acetate as on the front of your frame to use as like a, like to protect from dust? And absolutely. What I would do is put the acetate on the whole front and then add the frame on top of it, right? So just not dissimilar from how we would do like a wood and glass frame. So you'd have your acetate here and then your frame would cover it and it would look really polished. Mary Ellen says, does the file show you the inside measurement so you can size the design accordingly? So that's a great question. Let me double check to see what we put on here. Yes, it does. So this is the PDF reference that I mentioned. It is in, I double checked, it's definitely in our zip file. It's in the PDF folder inside of our zip folder for this design. So this shadow box, the 9 by 9 by 2 inch, has a centered square cutout measuring 6.8 inches by 6.8 inches. Same for the 9 by 9 by 1 inch. The 6 by 6 by 1 inch shadow box has a 3.8 inch by 3.8 inch inside. So that's like the one that you see, the little gold one. This one right there. Oops, wrong. This one right here. This is the smaller one. And the rectangular one, the 9 by 5 by 2, has a 6.8 inch wide by 2.8 inch tall center opening. So you can size your designs to fit. Now, your design, if your design is not, your rectangular design does not perfectly match this, it might be a little tricky to resize. I'm not going to necessarily suggest you do that, but the square ones are going to be pretty easy to resize to fit. Well, I say that, but that's not necessarily true because you can't just say, oh, it's 9 by 9 here, so I'm going to change it by 1 inch and then I'll make it 8 by 8. That's not actually true. You might have to put one together to see what the inside dimensions change to, right? Because it'll change proportionately, but it'll probably be a little smaller if I'm thinking and doing my math right in my head. So that might take some experimentation. You could do that with some scrap cardstock, put it together, see what size it is, then see how you need to adjust it. I see another question here. How would you attach, how would you hang these if you wanted to put them on a wall? So you could just on the back of these, let's find one that's, let's just stick with the one that we're using. So on the back of this one here, in Cricut Design Space, you could put a circle here and attach it or slice it. Either one will work. And that will be a hanger for like a little nail or a little wall hook, right? Or you can just put a command strip on the back. I am a huge fan of command strips. So they put things everywhere and I don't have to put a nail hole in my wall. So either way, command strips, I put them on the back here if I wanted to hang it that way. But if I wanted to like use a nail or some hanging hardware, I would put a little hole here. While I was in Cricut Design Space, attach it or slice it out of this piece here, and then it'll just cut out. Or if you decide that you want to do this after you've made it, because that happens, just get out your craft knife and cut a little hole right there in the center. Use your ruler so you get it in the exact center, because that will affect how it hangs, right? Christina Smith asks, is the white craft board solid core? Well, white is always going to be solid core because it's not dyed or printed ever. It's always white. So yes. So I think what you might be curious about is the brown or black solid core. And yes, it is. So at least what we're using, it is the Cricut craft board. It is solid core. So I don't think that you can get craft board that isn't, because I don't think that would be craft board actually then. I'm not sure. Maybe. I mean, we can have foil craft board, but that's craft board with a layer of foil on it. So it's a little different than just printing colors on the two sides to turn it into a colored cardstock, which is essentially what white core is, right? White core cardstock is they just print the color onto it. It's not actually dyed all the way through. It's better. Solid core cardstock is better in my opinion. Donna says, is cereal box cardboard the same as craft board? Yes, I would say that that is craft board, not chipboard, right? So I saw another question, what's the difference between craft board and chipboard? Chipboard is really quite a lot thicker, and I wouldn't recommend it for this because it's not going to fold very well. Craft board will fold just fine, and as you saw, this is very, very sturdy. So use craft board, and yes, if you have some cereal boxes, you could totally use those. Just, you want to fold them so that the gray side is on the outside, and then put your pretty frame on the top. That would be a good way to recycle your cereal boxes. And okay, so I have a few more minutes for questions, and I did see a question about what glue we were using again, and we're using the Bearly Art Precision Craft Glue for anyone who didn't see that earlier. And I saw another question about, hang on a second, I saw it just a second ago. Oh, Lisa says she didn't know about command strips. Oh yeah, command strips are amazing. They're awesome. Could this be made using the Cricut sparkle paper? You could use that as the frame, right? You can use pretty much anything as the frame. You could even use paper. Now, if you use paper, you have to be cautious, and I wouldn't use glue for that unless you're going to like really put it on very lightly. Paper tends to warp when there's glue on it. You might, in that case, want double-sided tape instead of glue so that it looks all nice and smooth and doesn't get all weird or anything. All right, let's see here. What was the board called, please? It's craft board. Remember, all of the supplies for this workshop are over at jennifermaker.com/423. So you do not have to guess at anything that we're using. Everything is listed there, and it's also linked. We get all of our supplies from Amazon because that is the most accessible place for everyone who watches our workshops. Like, most people can go to Amazon. Even if you don't order from there, you can click the link and you can see all the details of what we're using, all the specifications, sizes, all of the things. And so even if you don't want or can't order from Amazon for some reason, let's say you're not in the US and that product isn't available in your country, you at least know what we're using and can look for an alternative where you are, right? Sue asks if you can use adhesive spray with a paper cover for the shadow box. Yes, you could totally do that. Trina asks if we can use the Cricut Explore Air to cut craft board. Absolutely. And I saw Jane says I used a hot glue gun for my frame. That way I did not have to wait for the glue to dry. So yes, you could also do that, but you wouldn't want to do that with paper. It would also warp the paper. You'd only want to use that with cardstock, I believe. Okay. Let's see, is there any more questions here? Which Cricut cuts wood that you used for the family celebration sign that I made a while ago? Wood is best cut on the Cricut Maker, not the Cricut Explorer. You can cut wood on the Cricut Explorer, but it's trickier, and you only have one blade that you can use. It is possible, but it's got to be a pretty simple design, and you have to be willing for it not to be like really sharp edges. That's what I have found. The Cricut Maker, on the other hand, has the knife blade, and the knife blade is better at cutting wood. It does take a while to cut, and you do have to be cautious still with your design. Like, you're not going to want to cut a mandala out of wood, but I'm pretty sure for that project I used my Maker. Or, yes, because they were little hearts, right? And I'm pretty sure I cut them on my Maker. That was a few years ago. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Tabitha says, if the reviews for a particular product are bad, is that still the same link you used to get your product? So are you asking if, like, you went to one of my links and the reviews are bad, and you're asking, did I actually order it? If you are, then chances are yes. So when I know something works, I don't care what the reviews are because I know it works. When I'm shopping for something and don't know, that's when I pay attention to reviews. Reviews can be tricky on Amazon. Sometimes they're awesome and sometimes they're not. It depends a lot. I do use reviews when I'm like doing research and trying to choose something, but that's not the end all and be all. So typically if you go there and you're like, oh my gosh, you really use this? Yes, we really use that. So all the things that we use, we're not like getting them from Michael's or Joann's and then just giving you Amazon links. We are using those actual things to make our projects. And that's important. I want you to know exactly what we used. Occasionally we will have to, like when something goes out of stock or gets discontinued, we'll have to substitute something else. But it's, that happens because we like to keep all of our supply lists up to date. But sometimes sometimes bad reviews are less about the product and more about whatever someone wanted to use the product for, if you pay attention. That's what I've noticed. All right, it is time for me to wrap up. So if I didn't get the chance to answer your questions, no worries. Please just ask over in our Cricut Crafters group at jennifermaker.com/cricketcrafters. Or if you have our VIP pass, please post in our VIP pass support group and we would be happy to help you out, or someone in the community would. We're all an awesome, helpful group. Our next session is our Lunch and Learn with Angie Holden. So I'm going to take a quick break, put away my frames, get some lunch, go get some lunch too. Meet me back here in about 15 minutes and we will hear from Angie Holden all about how to choose crafts to make or to sell. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes right here in the same stream. Hello, welcome to our lunch and learn. I've got my lunch. Do you have your lunch? Let me know in the chat what you're eating today. I have meat and cheese and grapes and tomatoes, all of my favorite, some green tea and some water. The tea is really good right now. It's been a long weekend of talking. So our lunch and learn is going to be with Angie Holden. She is amazing. You've probably seen her on YouTube. She's wonderful at showing us the latest trends. I love this about her. She's really, really good at sublimation. For example, you might have seen her, but she also does cricket crafting. And she is going to help us out and help us choose the crafts that we should make and sell. Because there's so many options. Like what should we focus on? And I think that she's got some wonderful advice for us. Oh, I see Mila's having Italian wedding soup. Wow, that sounds really good. Alphabet soup and grilled cheese. Oh my gosh, I would be all over that. All right, let's start. And then after Angie's lunch and learn, we're going to then switch to a new live stream. I'll explain all of it when I come back. So we'll have our lunch and learn, and then I'll come back and explain how to switch to our afternoon stream. So if for any reason you leave and then you come back and we've ended, it just means that we've switched over to our Sunday afternoon sessions, and it's a different link. You can always find us again at jennifermaker.com/livestream. Okay, so let's listen to Angie and learn something awesome. Welcome to our third Lunch and Learn, where we dive into topics that matter to makers. Today, I am so delighted to welcome Angie Holden. Angie is a craft expert who loves creating with her Cricut and her sublimation printer each week on her awesome YouTube channel. She inspires creativity in others with easy to follow tutorials and instructions that are perfect for every crafter. Angie is here with us today to talk about how to pick the best crafts to make and sell. Thank you so much for joining us, Angie. It's wonderful to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm completely honored to be here, and you have an amazing audience, and I can't wait to teach them a little bit about selling their crafts online.
And I have no doubt that you will, because you have so many amazing videos, seriously, about this. I wouldn't have looked and she just totally knows what she's talking about here. Now, Angie, I think that you would agree when I say that there are so many things that we could make out there. There's so many things, so many ideas, and we just cannot make all the things without going crazy. So how do we pick which projects to make, and what would you say are the most important deciding factors?
So I always tell people the first thing they should consider is their passion, because you're going to be making a lot of this thing. And I always tell the story of when I had an Etsy shop, because I made a huge mistake. I started my Etsy shop and I was like, you know what I should do? I should cater to weddings. So I made wedding crafts, and people would order 400 of something.
I bet they did.
Yes. And do you know how monotonous it is to make 400 of any one thing? And I hated it. I hated my business. The passion just completely left for me, because I was not committed to that wedding craft and making 400 of that one thing. So I always tell people to consider their passion first, because if you're successful, you're going to be making a lot of whatever you decide to make.
Right. That makes a lot of sense. Yes. So you have to like what you're making, and keep in mind that you could be making more than you like. When you make something for others, it's maybe we make one thing, right? And ooh, we've done this amazing, woo. But when you're making something to sell, or even if you're donating something to a school, let's say you're making t-shirts or whatever, you're making usually a fair number, right?
Yeah, definitely. And it can get just tiring to make the same thing over and over again if you're not super passionate about it.
Right. So you have to like it. You have to enjoy the topic and the making of that particular craft, right? So let's say you have a sublimation printer, but you're not really that into it, but you love vinyl crafts, on your Cricut. That would be an important thing to consider, right?
Yeah, I feel like you can have a passion of making with sublimation, but maybe not, you don't want to turn that into a business. But you
Right.
think, my Cricut machine, I can run that every day, all day long. So considering things like that about what you could do every day, and maybe some crafts are just for you and others are the things that you decide to sell.
Right. That's a good way of thinking about it too. So when it comes to picking crafts to sell, how do you do market research to learn what people actually want? Like, do you have a trick for it?
So what I always tell people, if a lot of people start by selling local, I don't blame them at all. So what works in your local market? Have you been to craft fairs? Have you been to local boutiques? What are they selling? What's popular? What do people in your area like? And I always tell people, don't go in there looking to copy what they're making, but more of like get inspired. Is there a lot of shirts? Are the shirts just flying out of the craft fair? Are there tumblers everywhere? Do people love tumblers in your area? So kind of doing that research first, I feel like. And if you're going to start online, you can definitely do the same thing with a marketplace like Etsy or Facebook Marketplace that's popular. Instagram shopping, I feel like that's getting more popular, and you can definitely head to those venues and see what's working right now. But I always say take into account what's selling and what's popular, but put your spin on it. So I always think people should think about themselves, their passion, and their branding. So what is your branding going to be? What do you want your shop to look like? And maybe your passion isn't in shirts, but these shirts are selling great at a local craft fair. Could you take the idea of the shirt, the style of the shirt, and twist it just a little bit into a tumbler design, a mug design, something like that? So that's kind of how I tell people to approach market research.
That seems like really good advice. So if they were to try to sell online, let's say Etsy, how would they be able to tell what is popular and what isn't? Is there a way to tell?
If you search anything on Etsy, you can filter out for like most popular. So you can see like the most popular shirt design. So you might search for, say like, I want to make bleach shirts. That's my passion. I really love that bleach look. I want to do that. So you could go to bleach shirts on Etsy, search for the most popular and see what is actually selling, what has the most reviews, which shops have the most sales, what is popular in that shop that has the most sales. I feel like that is the way to kind of narrow down that big, wide Etsy market into something you can actually understand a little bit.
Yeah, that is awesome. So I think a lot of people worry that some crafts might be made too often or be overdone, and that no one will want it if they make it. What do you think?
I always say that no one does it like you do it. And as long as you put your stamp on it. So I always love the Etsy shops I love the most. I can tell that it's their product when I see it outside of their shop, because it is so branded to who they are. So I could just be scrolling Instagram and say, oh, I know who that is. Like right off the bat, not even see the name and want to purchase that item. So I always say, if you are putting your stamp on that item and your branding, that it will stand out in a crowd of bleach shirts was my example, but whatever the crowded market is, I feel like it will stand out as long as you stick to that branding, that style, and your passion.
Yeah, and I want to point out that if you see something being done a lot, that's because people do want it. So if you try to go in the other direction and be like, I don't see anybody make this thing, it could be because they don't want it, right? So that is important. So, and I think a great example is really just you and I, Angie. We're both on YouTube. We both talk about Cricut crafting and sublimation. Does that stop us because someone else is already there and doing this? No, because we're each individuals. We have our own experience, our own everything, and it's different. It's different for each person anyway. So don't ever let that stop you if you want to do that thing. That's what I think.
Yeah, I feel like we could both do the same tutorial and teach it in a completely different way.
Totally.
And reach a
and
completely
we would
different
both
set
be
of
contributing too, right? So people would both get, it's not like, it's not going to be like we're not adding something. We both can do that. And that's true of, I think, all the people in a market. We're all contributing different things to it to create the whole, which is really pretty cool.
Yes, definitely.
All right. So I want to know You already talked about this, but I want to know how much you think your passion and branding really make a difference in choosing what you're going to sell.
So I think for each person, it might be a different journey to figure out their brand, but it definitely is one that every person, I feel like, needs to go down before they start figuring out what they want to sell. So with what your passion is, I've already talked about that, how you're going to be making it over and over again. You want to make sure you're passionate about it, and you want to make sure you don't lose that fire. So if you're planning on having a successful Etsy business and it lasts 5 years, if you're not passionate about what you're doing, you are going to lose that fire in 1-2 years. And then what is the point? Like, why did you quit your job to begin with? Like, you wanted to quit your job so you could stay home and make crafts and be happy. And if you lose your passion in 1.5 years, you might as well just have stayed at your 9 to 5. So I definitely think it's like one of the most important things is to find your passion, find your brand, and put your mark on what you sell, so that in 5 years you still have that fire, you still have that passion, and you still love your small business and creating.
Yeah. And I think that everyone has different ideologies and stuff like that too. So like, for example, I like happy, positive, wholesome things. So some crafts would not be right for me. Right? Like, I don't do snarky very well, for example, right? And so maybe I could do it, and maybe like some stuff would sell, but would my heart be in it? Probably not. So that's something else. Like, just because you think it could be popular, it may not be you, and it may not be your brand, right? So that's something I think to consider too.
Yes, and there's a home for snarky crafts, definitely.
Totally, absolutely.
It wouldn't be in Jennifer's shop, but if your passion is snarky crafts, make a whole shop out of snarky crafts.
That's right.
There's a market.
There is totally a market for that. All right, now let's talk about testing before selling. How important do you think it is? How much testing is truly necessary?
I think it's super important. So the first thing testing does is make sure that you're making it and your customer is going to get a quality product. So you want those good reviews and you want return customers. Those are the two things you're going to need. So first of all, testing your product, what you're going to make, t-shirts, run them to the laundry, mugs, run them to the dishwasher, whatever you're making, test it that way. But also testing for shipping. How are you going to wrap it? Take that package to the post office. How much is it going to cost to ship it? Is it fragile? Maybe ship it to your mom and back. Make sure that it's not going to break. Make sure that your customer is going to have an amazing experience. And to me, like, testing is the only way to do that. And that can be that point where you decide whether it's your passion or not as well, once you're making that mug for the 5th time, because you have to perfect it so it, lasts more than 20 times to the dishwasher. And then finally, I also recommend sending care instructions with everything that you make and sell. That way your final buyer doesn't do something to it that you don't intend for them to do. And You can't create those care instructions without making the product first. So while you're testing it, be sure to jot down those notes and send care instructions with whatever you make and sell.
I agree. That is so important, right? Because if they put that beautiful tumbler that you made into the dishwasher, and there's so many different things that can happen depending on the tumbler, and like that's just like a bummer for everybody involved and very frustrating.
Yes,
totally.
And the return process, like, you don't want returns. The return process is horrible.
Yep, you don't want
returns. Are horrible. Returns are horrible. You don't want that tumbler back. So send it with your instructions. Make sure they know how to take care of it when you sell it.
Yeah. So setting expectations too. So that's basically it. Like, how's it going to work and how to take care of it? What's going to happen if you don't take care of it? All those sorts of things, right? Yep.
Oh, definitely. And then include that in the listing. Like, how long do you expect that shirt to last? Include that in the listing. Maybe you're making shirts that in your mind, you're thinking they're for family reunions. I just need them to last, just for the family reunion, maybe
for the weekend or whatever, right?
Yeah. Put that in the listing. Make sure they understand that you're not expecting it to last. Or you're making sublimation shirts. They're going to last as long as the fabric does. Put that in the listing. Make sure those expectations are clear up front.
I agree so much. All right. So one of the questions that I get a lot in my Facebook groups is how much to charge for a handmade craft. So how do you go about setting prices?
So for me, so first of all, a little about me. My background is in engineering, and before I became a craft blogger, worked as a project manager for a company, and pricing products was what I did for a living.
All right then. So you're the expert. Awesome.
Yeah. So the first mistake I see people making is not really taking into account all their costs. So they think, well, this shirt cost me $3, I'll just sell it for $5. Did you take into account the vinyl you put on it, the scrap, your time, the design maybe you purchased, packaging materials, shipping, that care instruction card I just talked about that you're dropping in there? So that's the biggest mistake I see people making, is they don't actually take into account every single little cost. And I even encourage people to put a certain percentage on their pricing for like their electricity. You're home all the time. You're running an Etsy business.
Right.
Your electric bill is going to go up. So you have to think about those small costs and charging them back to your customer. And then bottom line, paying yourself. So adding something on there to actually get a profit and make sure you can make it a successful business.
That's right. So that begs the question, do you have a good system for determining costs and profit for handmade things?
I have thought about doing this amazing spreadsheet, but I actually found there's one online that I actually use for myself, and I just recommend it to my viewers, and it's called craftcalculators.com.
Okay,
and
awesome.
It's free. He has all these free spreadsheets, and I just don't think I can make them any better than he does. So I've always just like pointed anyone to there, because that's what I personally use. Like I just go there, and he has them for tons of different types of crafts, and I just go there actually and just use it.
So it's craftcalculators.com.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, that sounds good. Like, and if he's doing a great job of it, no need to reinvent the wheel, right?
Yes.
That's good. So you can put in like your cost of your materials, all like little things to help determine how much of a markup you should have to take into account your costs and everything. That sounds really cool.
Yeah. And he even like the sublimation things, like sublimation ink, sublimation paper, all those little bitty costs, and like it's even on that spreadsheet. So yeah, he definitely does an amazing job. But just even if you don't use those, just be sure to write down all the little bitty costs that might go into a product.
Right. Yeah, I agree. So now you have a really good video on Cricut packaging for small businesses. And I know a lot of people struggle with how to package their items. So can you share some tips on packaging?
Yes. So in that video, I go through basically making the unboxing of whatever you sell an experience, something that's unforgettable for the person that purchases it. So little touches, the care card I talked about, like some little custom made, custom cut confetti. And when, say if you're selling something that is made out of paper, just use your scrap and just cut little confettis out of your scrap.
That is a fun idea. I love that. Yeah, that sounds super fun.
And then it's like an experience when they're opening that box or opening that package. And I feel like they're more likely to remember it, return, purchase from you again, leave your review, like amazing box, great product. Right. All those, things that you want them to say. I feel like they'll be more likely to say it if they remember the actual opening of the package.
I agree. Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a really, really good tip. I mean, they're more likely to tell their friends about it, when they like, I know this cool person, and because they'll remember, they're more likely to remember your company or, your name if you have that packaging like that. That's a really great idea.
Yeah. And I've even seen people include like a coupon code for their next purchase in the package. I think that's a great idea. I use those myself. When I get a package from Etsy, I look for the coupon code. So I do think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I love your tip about getting everything like packaged up and like sending it like to your mom and having your mom like send it back so that you understand. Because I think sometimes there's some things that are hard to ship, like whether they weigh a lot or they're bulky or they're really fragile, like paper craft projects, super fragile, right? So like knowing how to ship these things so that when they arrive, they're in good shape and that it's not costing an arm and a leg for the shipping, the packaging of it and everything like that.
Yeah, and
It's
we've all got
really
those
important.
UPS boxes. You get those UPS boxes and they're completely trashed when you get them, and you're so disappointed, and like you don't want that for your customer. So like, what can you do to make sure it gets to them at least a majority of the time in good condition? I mean, I think accidents happen, but if you can like prevent it most of the time, I think you'll get better feedback.
Yeah, I agree. And you mentioned branding several times. So when someone is trying to, like, what is branding? Is it making a logo and just using your logo on everything? Is there more to branding than just that?
I feel like branding encompasses a lot of things. Yes, a logo, but like a color palette, the fonts you use, the like style of your pictures. Is it bright and colorful? Is it all neutrals? Is it whimsical with, you know, little a whimsical background? Whatever style you're going for, incorporating that into every final shot of the products you're selling. And then if you're doing these little packaging things, we talked about the confetti, what shape would go along with that branding?
Right.
Or could you add that shape to everything? Could you put like your shape's going to be a heart? Could you do a heart on the care card, a heart with the confetti, a heart sticker on the outside of the box with your name on it? Like, could you take that even further into like shapes, colors, and put that everywhere on the package?
Yeah, I think that I actually think that stuff matters a lot. It really does. It helps people remember, but it also gives you like a sort of framework for, you know, you're not just like, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. Like, you know, kind of where you're going and what you're doing and what it's going to look like. You can see it in your head, and it helps you get to that finished product. So
yeah, for me, it makes it so much easier. I have 3 fonts and I pick one of those. So I don't have to pick from 20 fonts when I'm making for my brand. I pick from 3. Like, which of these 3 do I like the best for this thing I'm working on?
Right, for whatever it feels right for this thing. Right.
Yeah.
It works the same way with us. We have fonts, we have colors, specific colors, right? And they all look good with each other, so we don't have to worry. Like, if we pick, you know, to that, like, they're all good, right? And shapes. Like, I use a winged heart, right? So we know what we're going to use, and we always have like a starting point, and it really makes a difference. And it sets the tone for everything that you make too, right? So yeah, I know that really helps. So now I know you have many resources to help crafters who want to start or already have a small business. Tons of video, for example, like seriously. But one of these is the Small Business Organization Binder. So can you tell us more about that and how it can help crafters get set up for success?
So my organization binders, like I've done one for Cricut, done one for Sublimation, and I kept getting requests for like more business content in it. So I released this version for small business. So small businesses have unique things, right? So you need to keep track of customers. You need to keep track of orders, shipments, inventory. Like, so I just made sheets for all of those that you can print as many copies as you need and start filling those out. So you can track all of those things that are important for your business. And then I did like planning sheets, yearly planning, monthly planning, weekly planning. So you can kind of plan, you know, maybe you're going to plan a new product release, plan it for the year. Because like planning these things out for me always helps to keep me on track. No matter what kind of small business you're running, planning helps to keep you on track.
Right.
It gets so overwhelmed in the day-to-day things, and I always need my planner to keep me on track and organized. So I tried to do that for a small business craft owner. And I think it has like 21 pages. Print as many as you like. Keep track of, like I said, your customers, your orders, even down to like your SVG files. And then your product designs and ideas. So I have pages for that. And of course, I have a page where you put your branding stuff. So what colors and fonts do you keep up with those?
What I love about this is that it provides a structure when you just, if you don't know what you're doing, you're like, I have this idea, I'm going to sell on Etsy, right? And you just don't really quite know there's so many details. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. And so being able to know what the details are that you have to keep track of, and then actually have a place to do it is like gold. Seriously, it's a big deal. Yeah, it's really cool that you made this. This sounds. Yeah,
I'm always like, for me, I have these big ideas, and I have to break them down into small tasks and like divide them up by month, or the big idea never gets done.
Right. It's just overwhelming when you have like this whatever it is, if it's a big project or whatever, it's really hard. You have to break it down into smaller tasks. And like my trick is to I'll break it down. And if that doesn't work, I keep breaking it all the way down to literally, if I'm finding I can't quite get out, it can be as simple as sitting down at my desk. That's it. I did it. Okay. What's the next one? I'll break it down to the smallest one. And so that's a big deal. That gives you a guy, a way to break it down. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're overwhelmed about starting a small business, that's a great way to start. If you break it down into a small list with super small tasks, if you could get one of those tasks done a day for 30 days, think how far you would be into getting your business started. And that doesn't feel as overwhelming as I'm going to start a small business today. That's super overwhelming.
Right. Yeah. Because that's not a thing that happens, everybody.
No.
You don't just have an idea and then boom, at the end of the day, you're done and all set up and got all the things. This is a ongoing process that will constantly be evolving as you move forward. Right. But moving forward is the key here. So if this is something you want to do, then finding those small things and doing something every day, because I think success is literally just every day you get up, you do a thing towards that thing you want. You're always moving towards it, right? That's all I do. Literally.
There's this quote 90% of success is just showing up.
It totally is. Yeah. It totally is. Just being persistent and working at it makes a huge difference. Yes. So your binder sounds perfect if you have any small business where you sell handmade goods. So everybody, you can get Angie's Small Business Organization Binder at a discount. Thank you, Angie. I appreciate that, with the link that you see on your screen, as well as over at thecountrychiccottage.net. We'll also be awarding one lucky maker a copy of the Small Business Organization Binder and a $100 Amazon gift card right after this Lunch and Learn. So be sure to stay tuned to find out if you won. Now, I know everyone is going to want to follow Angie for more inspiration and education if you don't already, because come on, I bet you do. But just in case someone is just learning about you for the first time, where do you suggest they follow you?
On YouTube or Instagram. Either way.
Where do they find you on YouTube?
Sure. Angie Holden on YouTube and at Angie Holden Makes on Instagram.
Awesome. You have the best YouTube channel. I love your projects. And seriously, you are on top of everything. You are so much better than I am. Right now when we're recording this video, it's September, I don't remember what month it is. And right now, what's trending are the tumblers with citrus strip. The citrus strip tumblers. Yes. Oh my goodness. So many people are making them, and you put out a video a week ago. It's amazing. I'm so impressed by you. You are awesome.
Yeah. So I found out that my passion is trying all the new techniques. So I just leaned into that. So that's how I learned all about passion and making yourself happy, was that little tidbit right there.
Right. And it is so cool. So follow Angie. She's amazing. She will teach you all of the things about Cricut and sublimation. So she's definitely pioneered sublimation for crafting too. One of the things I love about you is that you're just sharing all these things about sublimation and introducing us to all of these new crafts. It's really cool. So thank you so much for joining us today. I love this. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and your passion with us. This has been really, really helpful, Angie.
Thank you so much for having me today. I loved it. And I hope that your audience learned a little bit more as well.
I'm sure they have. Wasn't Angie awesome? And also Angie was right here in the chat with us. Thank you so much for being here and answering questions. I love that you came and hung out with us for lunch. Thank you, Angie. All right, it is now time for us to switch over to our live stream. That's where we're going to give away Angie's binder. I also saw a question in chat about whether her discount was available only for VIP pass holders. No, anybody can use it. It's over at jennifermaker.com/Angie's-binder. So just that her discount's available for anyone who's listening right now. All right, so we're going to switch to our new live stream, do some giveaways. Now remember to find our live stream. You'll want to, oh, that's right. I forgot that I need to actually set up the videos on YouTube so that it leads you over there. I forgot to do that again today. Sorry, everybody. Let me do it real quick. But you can also find us if you go to jennifermaker.com/livestream. We will update that link so you can always find us lit live there. But give me just a second. So I'm going to set it up so that when this one ends, you will see the link to go into the other one. That's the plan, at least. It worked yesterday when I had to do it. Oh, look, I did set it up. I just forgot. Well, yay for me. All right, I'm going to end this one. Then that also means that if you needed to watch a replay from this morning, as soon as this ends, you should be able to watch it again from the start, just so you know. So give me a few minutes to do all of our tech stuff, and then we will be live again over at jennifermaker.com. It's either jennifermaker.com/livestream or jennifermaker.com/Sunday afternoon. Either way, you should be able to find us. So hopefully you see everybody over there, because we've got giveaways. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to give away, and I'm excited to see who won because I don't know yet. All right, I'll see you in about 5 minutes.